You are
we got
level
monster
2.
kill.
Yeah, we're level 2. And we're
Yeah.
like 150.
Yeah, I know that.
Level 3.
Yeah, I'm just joking.
Okay.
Alrighty. Last time, Stonalis. After spending a good portion of time in town waiting for Shelly Cinderwater to appear, he would also procured some help as well as investigated some of the other areas of Aylesbury, like the massive barbecue pit that is on the western side of town near the forest. You got to meet Mama Pit along with a good portion of the other orc pit boys, and find out that there is also a double name between that, as they have the Pit Fighter Arena. Cromsteel is still having withdrawals and fucking heart attacks from paper and ink and all sorts of shit. But after taking note that one of the half-orcs of the family that had been spotted originally by Zircon and Cal, you took a moment to watch the fight and demonstration and found out that her name is Veneeri, as Mama Pit had requested her accompaniment to baste up and dry rub some of the boars and the other chickens and turkeys that have come in from the forest. You'd also, especially after a good fight in the pit and showing that some of the other orcs, that strength is not everything, skill is still significant, that you would manage to get some free food and one of Papa Greyhair's orc shine kegs, in which Rylax and a few others had found out immediately that it packs quite a solid punch. After getting some more information from Guavier Thumper as well, you would found out that Shelly Cinderwater would possibly be heading back through this area. She had seen her quite a few times. Yeah. So, after discussing a few situations with the Dragonborn, getting them up on your side, you decided to wait out near the Clutched Pearl, and spoken with Dream Scribe, one of the proprietors, to get permission to wait inside, as you had found out that Cinderwater had usually left her golems outside. After camping out for a brief period of time there, you had gotten a moment to speak with Shelly, as well as been able to find out quite a bit more significant information. She had informed you that Payson has not been as forthcoming as he should be, and also that she knows about, assumedly what Rylax is, and seems to have called them collectives, ? After letting her go for the night and kind of playing up a falsified combat and not really wanting to wreck the shop, you had fooled some of the Dragonborn to think that she has caused an earthquake from a long distance after casting Greater Invisibility, and that after that, in a demonstration of some magic and her swiftly escaping the majority of you in such a small space, they decided against, their own judgment, and thinking it would have been easy initially, have decidedly to throw that one to the wind and let that go for now, as they decide to hang out in the port and see if they can't catch other escaping criminals from different continents, as Aylesbury doesn't have a solid bounty board yet. So they're trying to catch a few fleeing fish, per se. After all that, you had confronted Payson and found out that Shelly Cinderwater and Payson were dating, as much as you could tell, possibly lovers. But you had also confronted him on the Black Blood situation, which Zircon was able to discern very easily through, from behind the door with his senses, that he had been trying to lie and had been nervous, shuffling, and his heart had picked up in quite a rapid pace. So, there is a great deal of suspicion on him, but also, especially with the confession of more of it being a breakup than a, spat, as he had initially described. You had also found out that Shelly had been using the ink from his well that he has, this strange looking object that is definitely magic from what you've been able to figure out so far from Cinderwater's description. To what degree, you're not entirely sure. You also had taken note that it refilled about halfway from the time you had originally spoken with him that day. So, with that, you had left him for the time being to kind of sit there in a little bit of despair, obviously, as he was still rethinking a few things and obviously realizing that he'd been fully caught out to the situation. But you can tell so far that he hasn't tried anything harmful, but there obviously is still a great deal of investigation to be had. Upon the fresher day, when everyone was fully recovered and not as winded from the other investigation of the night. I almost forgot when Leoris had also heard a noise of kind of a weird slurping noise of a large portion of liquid pulling away from the door. Stepping outside, she had managed to spot what looked like a small slime/eyeball over by the mayor's office, and after pretending for a brief moment that she didn't see it, she cast a magnificently well-placed guiding bolt and destroyed it immediately on the spot as it was near the other guards. They looked rather surprised at the now spattered creature, but you're not sure if it was following you after speaking with Cinderwater or just simply took notice of you after not attacking her outright in question. So obviously there are a great deal of questions there. And then next morning is when, after all this was going on, you finally decided to go and speak with the Pit Boys as well as Mama Pit, and found out that the Thunderboar, as it was appropriately announced by Mama Pit, was probably a little out of your purview to go alone and to take some of the other boys with you. But other than that, you decided, for better judgment, to take the one-star hunt and try simple boars for the time being, which you actually managed to get a magnificent drop on with the Pass Without a Trace that was cast over your group. At the same time, Cal is currently with the half-orc Nira, as she is giving him pointers and guiding on the various key and teaching him certain techniques that she knows. You can tell that she is not the most immensely experienced, but she is still at least familiar with key and manipulating the energy in your body to be able to either counteract someone else's body and their blood flows and such, and have been able to guide you slightly in the correct direction of your, well, personal manual that you have. Alright. And so we finally come back over to here where the party is finished hunting. Cal, you are going through a little bit of a rigor where she is obviously trying to show you proper stance when you're trying to meditate and restore your ki, and occasionally will roughly grab your body and push you into the proper position to be able to relax and refocus your body and to get your ki back and have the proper flow of energy going through. You can tell that, especially for the way she is teaching, that is kind of the way maybe her father had taught her. The proper position of, heels behind your head. That door. Alright. So, next we will bounce back as Cromsteel is the big boy muscle carrying a good portion of these 4 boars back.
I think I can carry 3. Also, good news, companions. It would appear that the boar ramming me has fixed my voice modulator.
Good news, everyone!
The voice is working again.
Most full fortunate indeed.
That is good to hear.
Was that a pun?
No. No.
I'm sorry, sir.
If it was, then that was clever. Okay.
So,
Let's find something to tie them up and let's go. Do I have rope? I wonder.
We all have standard issue company rope.
We've all got rope, baby.
I was gonna say, I fucking
Do we
hope you
now?
have rope.
I was looking at my pack going, I really think I should have rope, and I do.
Every adventurer is issued a standard backpack of rope, 10 torches, rations.
You pass like a random dude in the street. He just like throws you a bag with some rope, and it's like, "You're an adventurer. Take it. Don't approach me."
You see that he's a bugbear in a trench coat smoking a pipe.
There's 50 death sticks in his mouth. He raises his blaster pistol.
Ah!
You hear him inhale.
So with that, easy enough. I'll be able to get back to the orc barbecue pit.
Yeah.
Get this enchanted journey out of here for the time. Alrighty. So, as you return, you can see that there are quite a few people here. Obviously, you do see that the pit is as wild as ever. At the current time, as Venerian's obviously teaching Cal, you could see that probably quite a bit of dirt has been displaced. As you could see her kind of like trying to steady him over and make sure that he holds proper position, and if he gets distracted, to kind of like immediately shunt him back into place as you come back with the boars that you have hunted at the time. That you can see one of the other orc boys, one of the pit boys, comes over and looks rather ecstatic at your party. There's some good eating right there. Fine catch.
We have brought more meat for the fires.
Yeah, that's what I like. You know, go skin them down real good. Get them good foot warmer, kind of tan leather skin. That's good and dry. Rub over that top. You know what I mean? It's good stuff.
Yes. As they say, esketed. You okay? Get working.
You're right there, Chester.
This fucking Yoldi peasant walks up to you, he's like, "Ah, yes, as my grandpa and his before him have saying, let's get it."
Yep.
Okay, continue. I'm gonna mute myself for a bit.
He's fucking dead.
If you don't mind, I would like to see how you cook the boars.
Alright. We're gonna finish cleaning. We got no chop them up nice and get them on the spit. Come on over. I'll show you something real good. Yeah. You know what I mean.
I think so.
Yeah, you do.
I too wish to observe.
So, with that, he'll go over to one of the various stockpiles that they have there between the kegs and some of the barrels. You can see he picks up what looks like kind of a bucket of, you know, almost looks like slapdash spice, but you can see him like quickly giving it a toss and stirring it up with his hand. All right, he sets it down and pulls out what looks like a very well-weathered cleaver. Starts sharpening it. You could tell this was probably a larger cleaver originally, probably more of a sword, and just starts carving down the side. Like, gotta make sure you pull the skin back. You see that? Separate it with the fat. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Get that good meat right in between. Make sure you don't lose too much of that good fat right in there, brisket. So.
Excellent.
So he'll go through the whole step and process to skinning it, even all the way down to properly removing the tusks and the head. And then also shows how to skin the other one and remove the skin from the head entirely. Keep the tusks on there for more of a, you know, good tasty fucking treat right there. Some cooked boar brains, real sweet. You ever have a crispy boar eye? It's delicious. Now we're just gonna take a nice handful of Mama Pit's special spice rub. These are special kind of mixed. She tells us to go out and grab these plates all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah, you do. And just starts slathering the dry rub on there. You can see him pull out one of the larger skewers that obviously has the little overturned handle for the crank, and just unceremoniously in a way, just like jams it through one side, and you can hear like a couple bones pop as it jams. Like, don't worry about that. Just gotta make sure you get it in there nice and tight. Yeah, strong arm. And just like shoves it all the way through, and you can see it come out the back side of the boar. So with that, you do know how to do the proper dry rub now with that. At the same time, if you want the recipe for the dry rub, you can tell that you're probably gonna have to talk to either Gray Hair or maybe Mama Pit, maybe someone who's obviously mixing up the various spices. Three-way fight. So you actually say that to her?
Sure.
All right. So with that, she's like, "Yes, let's go. Come on." With that, she'll pat you on the back, Kyle. Like, come on. I want to see if you're picking up on anything that I'm putting down.
I'm assuming no weapons with this fight, so I will like stab my weapon into the ground and come back for it later.
Three-way fight. How does that even work?
I guess we can discuss that. It can either be 2 versus 1 or a free-for-all.
Alrighty. So for some of you, you've probably seen the distance that some of the other orc boys have cleared out, and see Zircon, Cal, and Veneer getting into the arena. Alrighty.
The crowd goes fucking wild. We're about to die.
Cal's just gonna look at Zircon and nod, and then look towards Veneri and get ready to fight. Like, let's do this.
Okay, I'll nod to Cal and I'll give Veneri a little bow.
She'll actually go to full stance. As you do see her kind of put one hand open, one fist closed to the palm, off to her side, out front in respect, and then a deep bow and then assumes a full proper stance. Which this one you could see is a little bit of an odd one, where you could see that her left hand that was originally open palm is now closed fist, and the back arm that she kind of keeps, like, postured behind herself seems more relaxed and kind of open palmed at the time. So, with that, roll me some initiative. Which, didn't think this would happen that turn, so I'll have to manually roll it.
Yes, our superior initiative. And then she's going to go roll like a 27, and we're going to be like, I guess we die.
Yeah.
If I'd known you were gonna fight, I would have given one of you advantage.
Oh, God.
You're going straight into the trash. You don't need advantage. She actually did get a 20.
Yeah. She's going to walk up and just clock us both in the jaw twice, and we're going to drop.
Oh my god.
Have we had a short rest since we got back?
I would say yeah, short rest on the way back, yeah.
I've got key back, yes.
Going to need it.
I am going to need it.
Alrighty. With that, she'll immediately come in, first to, or well, she's gonna throw one at Cal and one at Zircon.
Yeah.
So.
Double natural 20. Come on.
So this one's at Cal and Zer. Surprisingly enough, I doubt that hit
Ooh.
either of you. And then
Nope.
she'll be sure to throw a extra one at Cal with a follow-up quick kick.
Oof. Definitely it's
So with that, go ahead and roll me a
oh no.
dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
As she's gonna stack that on.
There.
Yeah, as she stacks that on with her damage.
Shit.
Alright, with that, especially coming at both of you, you both nimbly dodge the first one, but then she immediately, especially kind of focusing on you being her student Cal, for the time being, quickly sweeps your leg hard as you get drove to the ground. 6 bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked prone.
Alright.
Alrighty. With that, she immediately looks to Zircon, who is the only one standing currently in the ring with her. As Cal's now knocked prone.
Count is knocked prone. Let me just quickly go over my various list of things. Because, like Jonathan, I have 30 million things to look at. As I can do this.
Ooh, very nice.
As more dirt and solid stone from around me as I kind of sit up a stance, swivel my feet around, and then slam my other foot into the ground as all the stone raises up to create armor around my body, and I prepare myself. I now have 17 AC.
Alrighty. With that, Cal. Archon is demonstrating a good portion of what seems to be earthen armor from his technique.
Alright. Gonna jump up, do like a spinny kick, and just try to like kick her in the back of the leg and try to trip her, but not actually try to trip her because I want to damage her.
Alright.
Just gonna kick her hard in the shin. Ugh.
That will just hit her.
Oh.
Well, that's a very loud thud as you connect with her. You can see her kind of shift her leg for a moment.
Considering there's two of us, I'm just gonna take a defensive stance and use patient defense as a bonus action.
Alrighty. With that, she is going to unleash another flurry, this time two at Zircon because he's more heavily armored. Probably looks good.
Mm-hmm.
I want to Cal, so first one to Cal.
Be disadvantage against me.
Alrighty. So then the first one, the second one. So that would miss. And then the two at Zircon. Oh my god.
Bruh. You know what? I'll try this on the second one. Yes, the second one does not hit as I managed to, while stumbling back from the second one, kind of like raise a fist, and as I do it, a fucking rock comes up and slams her hand off course.
Alrighty. So, obviously, this is Cal. First one slams into you, and then you kind of feel a strange tension of energy as I will roll damage as well. So you take 4 bludgeoning damage, but I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Me con save?
Yes.
Ooh.
As you see her close her palm.
Yes!
And you could feel like her own ki had transferred into yours, and she was trying to close off your points on your body.
Ooh, didn't quite penetrate through the armor to do it.
Alrighty. After that, you could see a very aesthetic smile on Veneri's face. Quickly whips her hair to the side as she prepares for, obviously, the next incoming assault and retaliation.
Yep. As Zircon will whip around the back of her. Advantage. And go in for the strike.
That'll definitely hit.
Smack. Minimum damage, baby.
Especially with this almost elegant and brutal dance at the same time. Quickly tries to avoid it, but you still manage to catch her enough.
Yep. And let's see. Yeah, we'll just go for the bonus action strike as well. As I hit her with the right hook coming in with the leg sweep. Oh fuck! Straight for the leg. Oh Christ!
With that, you just especially see her stumbling. Tries to correct her posture.
The stone on my body creating that extra barrier of damage. It hits her. Hear the crunch of the stone on my body as it hits her.
Alrighty. So, that over to Cal, as you can see her. Obviously, a lot of these blows hurt, but you could tell she is exhilarated for more.
Oh yeah.
Alright, well, as she's like turned around to try and block Zircon, I'm gonna just go fucking ham with the flurry of blows as well. And just swinging her back twice. I believe 16 hits.
Definitely will.
So, flurry of blows, I get one more hit, 12. Nope.
That 12 is definitely not. Especially with the assault from the back. Look at down now, she is trying to take a more defensive posture. That. She's, I assume that would be all come?
Yeah.
try and open up with attack on each of you. So this one, Cal. And then Zircon. Which current AC would not penetrate. And then going back towards, well, she goes for another one at Cal. With that, you make me a Constitution saving throw, as you will also take bludgeoning damage. She quickly turns around and just as she's doing this very more savagely violent fighting style, you can tell it's almost like a very strange kind of corner rat style of fighting. You can tell she's added her own spin to it. She drives her elbow very quickly into your chest, as she does 7 bludgeoning damage, and you are now stunned until the end of her next turn. So with that, you can tell her face relaxes for a moment. She now knows that you don't have any aid for this next incoming assault Zircon. So she quickly repositions to a defensive posture once again.
Okay.
So even though she grew up with a brutal family, her father seemingly taught her to fight with a little more tactic.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I won't get any advantage from Cal, so I will move to a position here as I try to get back over here to smack. Oh.
I will miss. Your heavy fist comes in. You can see, almost connects with her, but she just kind of pushes up underneath your arm and it glides underneath it.
Oh, as it glides underneath, I try to see. Oh.
With that, especially fighting another monk, it's jarring as you feel like you're about to hit her, and she barely does a slow fucking kick roll through the air and catches herself back in a 3-point landing.
Oh, very, very clever. Very clever. Okay. Alright, I wait. I pull my stance up back into a defensive stance as I raise up on one leg like in the picture, and I await her attack.
So with that, she will take a very aggressive low stance attack and going straight for your leg.
Ooh.
With that, roll me a dexterity saving throw as she collides right with the front of your shin, clearly trying to... Ooh, with that, especially have you pivot your foot and dig into the dirt. As you can tell, she was trying to sweep your leg out again.
I ground myself.
4 bludgeoning, and then her next 2 attacks. As she quickly, especially following the leg, will literally kind of almost like a weird pivot roll across the ground, 3 points over and over, back to this side as she kind of controls the arena a little more. With her next 2 attacks. That definitely does not hit. And then...
That definitely hits.
So she goes to immediately try and drive a fist into your stomach, especially at the center point of where a lot of rocks are. It doesn't hit, but then she quickly, surprisingly, brings a knee straight up into your chin.
Yeah.
Roll me a con save. As she...
Huh.
Alright, you just barely manage to keep out the key as she does a heavy 8 bludgeoning to you.
Oh, I'm not looking good, Chief. There are cracks in my armor as it's beginning to falter.
Alrighty. With that, back over here to Zircon and Cal, you can move again.
As she's put herself in a position here where she uppercut me, right? She uppercut me real good.
She literally punched your stomach and then from the crouch position, launched herself upward and kneed you in the chin.
Oh, as she's done that, I'm following the momentum up and doing like a fucking kick straight upwards as I do a flip. Yeah, baby.
That'll hit.
Just walk smack right into the chest.
No, she is. All of you are basically pushing your normal limits at this point.
I will use my final key to do a flurry of blows to get 2 more strikes. As I bring forth what's left of my low lack of key to swivel here after the flip and come in for another strike. Oh no.
Especially with both of you, pretty much all 3 of you, at a sluggish point now. The stone starts to weigh heavy on you. She quickly pivots away from it as you sweep at her.
And then she pivots away and I try for another one. Yes!
Oh, there you go.
Smack!
You catch her as she turns and you manage to just catch her right on the hip. Another solid smack.
Another solid hit. And I will move over here and begin my defensive stance again.
Alright. Cal.
But Cal's just gonna, shrug off the stun.
Feel
Step
the
forward.
flow again.
Yeah, he's gonna just really messily run to the side and just go for a fucking super wide, haymaker right to the jaw. Just fucking. Oh, it's too obvious.
That you try the wide haymaker, and you can tell she's used to that, especially with her brothers. Barely though, still missed, and you kind of just glance her hair as she pulls her head back, barely out of the way.
All right. With the miss, it's just gonna spin around, drop low, and try to elbow her in the chest with my bonus action. Oh.
That'll hit.
Max damage.
You can tell she's getting winded and kind of grabs onto her chest for a moment. And you can just see her, with pure excitement and a very wild look in her eye. She obviously has been pushed to her limit, this hardcore in a very long time.
It's 2v1.
Man, I haven't had someone bring me down to half health in a long time.
Definitely not half health. She's beyond half health at this point. But will that be all, Cal?
Yeah.
Mary, she's gonna try and put the first one at the Zerg, and then other at the Cal. Alright. And so Zerg. Yeah. She's gonna go for the knockout on you.
Oh. Just deflecting, just fucking parrying it to the left and right of me as I deflect each of her blows.
God. Alrighty. The 21 wouldn't hit you?
What, 21? Oh fuck, hang on, let me just see.
That 9 was damage.
Yeah.
To hit.
Oh, I thought the never mind. Yes, no, I think that will knock me out unless... No, that's a 20 in AC. No, I definitely go down then.
Alexa.
Cook.
How many times can you do that?
I can do that for 3 times. No, 3 times.
Jesus Christ.
So that goes quickly, hits Zircon. You can see he stutters for a moment, swings at you, Cal. You can tell she looks for a moment at Zircon as he finally stumbles to the ground. And then she's gonna quickly turn her attention back to you. With a very wild look of glee on her face, and is gonna try her last attack on you. Try and sweep kick you. Not at all. It's you and her.
Yeah, she attempts to kick me, and I do that thing where you grab their foot, and I'm just gonna punch her right in the thigh 3 times. Well, I only do it twice, but I'm just gonna fucking right in the thigh.
Second one definitely hits.
Oh, minimum damage.
So that, you can tell, she doesn't have much left at all, but now it's just you and her. 3 attacks coming at you.
Oh god, I'm doomed.
I did my best, buddy.
You did well.
First
Okay, the 17 hits, but I might survive.
You might.
Alrighty.
Max
One
damage.
last con save, my man.
Oh, okay.
well,
I went.
no,
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 never mind.
Max
Max
damage.
damage.
So with that, very heavily winded, she, especially after her knee getting bashed in her thigh, she very quickly, as her leg got thrown down, the first two swings were wild, but then she just very widely brings her left arm straight up and catches you, cold cocking you right on the side of your chin from the bottom, and just finally knocks you out as you kind of see stars for a moment. As she stands there, literally panting on the verge of collapse herself. And you could hear a lot of other people booing, a lot of orcs just. She stands there, kind of like, fist shaking, sweat pouring down her face, and all that. But we'll take a moment and just kind of recompose herself, give a deep bow, and then go to help both of you get up after that. As she, well, obviously some of her brothers, if you are both out cold, do have smelling salts to kind of get you up and rolling. But
after your like 3 concussions, you probably just suffered.
So she nods and looks very satisfied. I could keep teaching you, but both of you together are really good fucking fighters. That hurt. You could tell that one more probably could have easily toppled her. Are they dead? Probably.
Oh, I'm
That's what
unconscious.
Squirrel thought.
Alright. Well, they do use smelling salts to wake you up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they did a good job.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, my fucking mom was talking to me.
I was like, oh god, they're actually out cold. Jesus.
Get out of my room, Mom.
I get up and I shed the armor off me because it doesn't fall off. It's not concentration unless I cast it on someone else.
Ooh.
Stand up.
So I just kind of shake my arms back and it all just flies down into the ground and settles back smoothly.
You too.
That was an excellent fight.
It really was. I haven't fought anyone who's actually been able to push me that hard.
It was good to be able to test out some of my new skills I developed.
I want your. Didn't get to test yourself out on them boars.
If you really want to test yourself out on the boars, I'll have to take you on a storm hunt. The ones that live around here. Oh, definitely lose something real easy on those.
I think for now we rest and have something to soothe our wounds and minds.
I'll get some of the more gentler gray hair special.
Appreciated.
With that, able to head back down. Obviously, the Pip-Boys are more than happy to welcome you after that amazing fight. Other people obviously sad that they lost some bets there, but you can tell that they are very impressed as both of you held up extremely well, and obviously literally down to like hairline triggers of who was gonna get what first.
I grab my I grab my Naginata and lay it across the length of my back.
By the way, she's on 3 health.
Jesus Christ.
If only one of you went first.
If only she didn't keep rolling those like fucking 18s and 19s on me.
All three of you are very good at punching each other.
Had a little bit of practice.
It is a dedicated art and way of life in a sense.
Definitely teach you if you're interested.
No, I'm fine.
Monk, wizard, monk, wizard, monk, wizard.
Fear I am far too slow for that sort of thing.
Just have to punch harder then. I think my father called it like the Iron Body School or something.
I look at my hands.
Oh my god.
Whatever.
They were made to kill.
They were made to punch.
Like my father before me.
Legendary pimp hand.
So, on a side note, Leoris, as you're still near the pig, the orc will still continue teaching you. Make sure you brace it. You gotta glaze it properly. Get that crispy skin. It'll like pinch a little bit of the tender meat, like hear that nice crackle. Oh yeah, that's a good canteen. You know what I mean? Yeah, you do. You definitely do.
Love this man.
So, what will you do now?
Yeah, what else do we have to do today?
There are quite a few avenues that you could pursue.
I mean, you guys don't have to come. I was gonna go wandering around in the sewers later this evening.
What? For what purpose?
Well, supposedly there's somebody down there. Were you not here for our earlier conversation?
Looking for our collective, buddy.
The boar scrambled my memory.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, there's a bunch of people down there that I need to talk to.
Honestly, I feel like our best bet is to go talk to Cinderwater and see what she knows first.
Isn't she really far away on the other side of the goblin army?
It's like a day away.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you two should eat something regardless. You exerted a lot of energy punching each other.
A meal would be good.
Oh, they lost the microphone. It was thrown into the barbecue pit. Alright.
You got any of those health potions?
You like gems?
State mandated healers.
Government appointed Healy boys.
Look,
A paladin that cannot heal.
I used all my spells challenging boars to duels.
God damn. Alrighty. So, as you are obviously having a good time, relaxing, you do see that Veneria will come by with one of the softer kegs she had information. She goes over and sits next to Cal. Considers him her student for the time. She's trying to teach him what she knows about King. As you can tell, by the smell of this one, it's not as repugnant as Gray Hair's other keg that you had the other day. Definitely a lot more, well, fruity in this one. You can tell there are more exotic mixes in this moonshine. This one is Mama Pitt's preferred moonshine, but everyone else says it doesn't put enough hair on you, but all that, I don't think it's very fitting.
You're gonna have to test it out on our Rocky friend here.
She'll pour out her own cup as well as a cup for each of you and pass it out, and you can see she just immediately slugs it back without worry. You can tell she's actually quite used to this.
This is relaxed, just like standing over there watching.
I'm not drinking anymore.
The danger shine.
Cal will slide his cup back over towards Veneer. That's some pretty fancy stuff there, my Rocky friend.
I have been developing these techniques for some time now. I have only recently managed to master and use them appropriately.
Never really been one for magic, whatever you'd call it.
I suppose it is less magic and more my attunement to the earth itself.
Well, it seems pretty useful, but I doubt I'd be able to do it.
I am not sure if it is because of my birth, or if it is my force of will and dedication to this cause. Regardless, it is useful.
I can definitely say I haven't seen anyone wielding rocks as armor before. I've seen rocks walking before, but not like that.
Yes, my family monastery teaches it. Though I am not sure. I am unsure if they have taken on new students or not. But you are welcome to come and visit.
I'm sure I can convince him to teach me.
You are very strong. I'm sure they would accept you.
Just have to work on how to find the locations. I'm probably the worst when traversing a lot of the lands.
Yeah, monks usually like to hide away up in mountains and the like. Not really a fun time getting to them.
My family is a little bit different in that regard. We are more of a business.
I remember mostly Crash Bond when I was learning. But, of course, everyone called my father crazy for coming out that far. Either way. The creatures out there, you wouldn't even be able to fight unless you had an axe or something in your hand.
Your father make the trip?
He did. Said he was going to one of the other schools, though. He'd be back once he's finished a lot of his training.
Seems pretty dedicated. Was able to train you, but still needs more training.
He's not a master by any standard, but obviously got me and my brothers here, Mama Pet, and even Grandpappy right here over there. He's strong enough. Either way, teach you what I can, what I know. A few things that my father showed me. Other than that, probably want to seek out one of the schools like your friend here.
Didn't have much luck with that. Did you say Veneri was a half orc? Or a full orc? Okay.
Half orc.
I was gonna ask if I knew any orcs at the old monastery, but I guess I have no idea what the other half she is.
Unfortunately not.
Could I like try to guess?
You could roll, roll me an insight. Maybe like study her features.
Touch her. Use the grim psychometry.
Well, I'm actually trained in insight.
Same.
Alrighty. So, especially studying her features over a little more carefully. Seems fairly strange, but especially considering the fact that you look at her, she's a lot shorter, and even her hair being a lot more darker and richer than on her own brothers and such. You start to think for a moment that, as odd as it sounds, especially for her brothers being 8 foot, her being a interesting kind of 6 foot dwarf, maybe, as far as you can tell.
Oh. Being a dwarf is pretty rare for a monk. Would I have ever met any dwarven monks?
Along these roads, not yet. There are a lot more dwarf monk monasteries further north.
Oh.
Can't say a lot, correction, but they are more of a northerner kind of race. I have not seen a dwarf monk yet.
Also, it's been a long time since I was at a monastery.
Also, Leonis, as you're chilling by the barbecue spit, obviously listening to all the many Pit Boy brothers kind of tell you about how to get good pork crackling and all that, and the nice split among the skin and that honey glaze that's almost like candy. She'll actually come over and start discussing various spices with you. Like seeing what you're interested in. And you kind of get that weird sense, that kind of motherly vibe that, you know, she's seeing if you're like maybe interested in dating one of her kids.
No.
No. Just no.
And you can see her nod, but you can tell like she hasn't given up. Like, oh, don't worry, I'm sure so. Don't worry, they're not all as pig-headed as you think. She kind of like
That's a lie.
gives
I
you
can tell.
a little bit of an elbow there. And I'm definitely open myself. I've had a few interesting men in my life. I'm sure you could tell. She kind of points at Veneria and then also the other two half-orcs there.
You do have quite a large family.
Keep everyone close. She's open. Yes. Oh no.
And also, while she's talking about like spices and stuff, talk about the kinds of things that the dark ladies would cook.
Oh, never heard of those ones. Is there any particular spots that I would need to find those? Like you could tell, she's like mentally recording everything that you're telling her.
You just sort of wait for it to show up and ravage a town, I suppose. That's normally why we go hunt.
Well, it's good that we live next to the forest, then. We'll be able to find some of the more interesting creatures out there. So far, the Thunderboar has been the most interesting one, but I've heard of a couple of big snakes and other things that live deeper out there.
It would surely make for an interesting meal.
If we plan any of those bigger hunts, we'll have to let you know. That way you could see some of my boys in action and join them. You know, maybe get your fancy? Who knows?
If I'm in town, I would be more than happy to join a big hunt.
That's fine. I know you'll love it. So, anything you and your friends like the most? I saw that some of them have kind of taken a liking to my daughter. Any kind of food that you want?
Just whatever's fresh is fine.
Oh. With that, she'll happily gonna start setting up you and everyone else with more food than you could count for. Almost pretty much equivalent to that, like everyone getting a chicken.
Jesus.
Oh boy.
How much food must this town import?
Well, they're hunting a lot. At the same time, there is a good portion of food that's still coming in between livestock and other things. You can tell from down south that there is actually a rather large farmstead that has obviously been sending a good portion between chickens and sheep of the sort up north. But yes, she did. You can tell Mama Pit does kind of like the Italian homestead, like, you know, you want to marry my daughter, you want to marry my son, kind of thing.
I have a question. How many daughters does she have? Because I see one daughter and like 80 sons.
Yeah, don't worry. I didn't put a singular fucking token for every single one of them.
Okay.
But the half-orcs, Beniri, and her other sister, there's the two half-orcs there, and then their older brother as well. But you could see that basically through the split there are 5 orc females, the 3 half-orcs, as well as the 7 boys.
Oh yeah, that one. Jesus.
Hey, sweet cheeks, you want some action? I haven't seen any orc females at all. Ah!
Nah, get it up my screen.
Round and 1, hello. Yes, what's your emergency? Yes, my DM is showing me things I don't want to see.
Oh my fucking god. aside from all of this, nice good home cooking and all the various things, so you can tell they are obviously taking full advantage of the things that they are building up for the feast. So obviously the Pit Boys, Mom and Pops are putting everything into full swing and making sure that the smokehouse is churning out quite a bit of food. That's my sister Angel Dust. No, actually her name is Boing Boing. Thank you.
Nice Rack is her name.
Oh my god.
Pizza time.
Pizza time.
I eat the meat.
You commence with a slathering of meat.
Put it in the furnace hole.
Alright. Well, curiously enough, you do see Crumpsteel shoveling meat into his import pipe on this pig.
It would be rude not to.
Cal's just gonna look at relax and like gesture to come sit down.
I am sitting down. Did it not move me?
Oh no. You were like standing over here for ages.
No, I put myself on the bench. I thought you guys were just memeing on me for not talking.
I saw you on the bench.
No, you were like standing over here for me.
High quality game.
And,
So we've dealt with the witch, but I'm gonna be staying here for a while, so I wouldn't mind dealing with this collective thing. So what's the plan? I'll look at relax.
Well, considering they haven't really made too much of a move yet, I'm going to assume that they might be waiting for something else before they make a more serious move on the entire town. So I'm thinking we should try to talk to them. I don't even know what's going on with them yet. It could be anything. Although I don't really know how many people have been compromised in the town.
Well, you seem to know the most about this. Do you have any way to tell that?
I don't really think so. We don't really normally operate on these grounds, so I don't really understand what they're doing.
What grounds would a group of body snatchers usually operate under?
Well, if they're what I assume they are, they have to stay near a central core if they are duplicating their victims.
So if they're causing trouble, we just destroy this core.
Well, yeah.
Judging by the look on your face, I assume it's harder than it sounds. Easier said than done.
Well, you have to find it first. I don't really know if they could do this on this large of a scale.
I think we need to speak to Shally.
Yeah, she seems to know a lot about stuff going on here. It probably would be beneficial to go and speak to that witch again.
I still have the feeling that Payson has more to tell us.
Well, Payson might be able to lead us there, considering they were, does the
They
finger
were
in
quite
hole thing.
affiliated.
They do the finger in hole emote. To be fair, we didn't really ask for directions on how to get to our house. He might be able to lead us there.
Yes. Out of curiosity, how far did you ever see the mayor go from his house, from the place where he was working?
He entered the tavern once.
Okay. So he's probably safe. Ugh. The bartender where we're staying is also probably safe. As if they're willing to send spies into that place, he's probably not on their side.
Well, maybe we should check out his basement.
You all
Sure.
needn't fear being attacked while you sleep. I will stand guard, always.
Well,
No.
yeah, maybe. They did
We're-
say
They
having
said
sewer
down
access
the
was partial
bed.
by fine.
Maybe we should just check out downstairs just in case.
When should
Yeah,
we
I
speak
suppose.
with Miss Cinderwater?
Well,
Yeah.
I look up at the sky. What time of day is it?
Cloudy.
I've changed the meatballs. So, excuse me, I'm eating giant Smarties.
Hell yeah.
Oh, and what moons are visible?
Check. Because I have the symbols on my calendar here, but I need to double check the number.
It's currently the 8th of Melia.
Upload my calendar again. So I have that Don John.
Don John.
John.
Well, I'm saying if it's late in the day, I think we should go like inspect the basement of the inn, and then rest, and then head to Cinderwaters in the morning with peasants.
Well,
Nice.
I would say that we've been eating and talking for a while now. We've probably had a second short rest.
And also, you went out and initially hunted during the morning, so it's definitely on the time of 3 o'clock.
Do you even have any hit die left, Zircon?
Yeah,
Should
I
it
know
not
you're
take
running
any
heavy today.
damage?
Yep. Oh,
Cool.
We're so fucking good. Oh god, we're so fucking good.
Augie.
Josh, are we doing that thing where you only restore half your hit die
Yeah.
each day? Yeah, okay, so I only have one because I used 2 yesterday.
And now I will have none until tomorrow. So
Yeah, we should
forget
take
how
it
much-
easy.
Short rest ain't gonna fix me no more.
You need to have a vacay day tomorrow.
A vacay day.
Right, can't be heroes all the time. There we are. So,
Veneeri just been chilling, listening to us.
pretty much, she hasn't even. She's been spending her time eating mostly and drinking the fruitier moonshine.
I'll slide the cup she gave to me over to her. Just be like, you heard or seen anything about people acting strangely? Like different than they usually would?
Well, I've seen a few things here and there in town, but especially being here a year and seeing the town grow so fast, everything kind of changed real quickly. You can tell she thinks from it, and also just in quick reference, the moon, the Yumia is actually going to be on the waxing goodness, so starting to come to full moon. Othalara is actually only just starting. That, especially during this time of year, the 5th moon of Grenvanidius, the large orange one, celebrating the harvest, especially time of Aylesbury, is actually on the process of waning during this time of the month. You can tell the way that you are setting this up is obviously a lot of the harvests are being brought in as they are finishing up for the waning of Grenvanidius on the final parts. And obviously celebrations towards the end are quite regular because all the bounties and harvests are done during the full version of the wax.
So it's like mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
I reckon... Yeah, maybe check out the inn. And then talk to Pezzel.
What if the innkeeper says we're not allowed down there, though?
It's pretty sus.
Kill him.
Just murder the innkeeper, just decapitation. You are suspected of being a heretic.
I'm on a holy mission, and if you stop me, you're a sinner.
Alrighty. Obviously, that's your plans for the time. Also, before Veneeri obviously doesn't really pay too much mind because she just assumes, especially for where she comes from, she assumes everyone talks fucking weird or funky for the time being. Because obviously, orc life is a lot more simple than all this complicated shit to her. And she will simply look to Leoris, kind of dismissing everything that you guys have just talked about. And like, sorry, my mom's trying to set you up with one of my brothers. She's just trying to make sure that they all have a mate. You know, kind of orc lifestyle. Not that she will. We will. Essentially, that she'll finish up and go to take the now empty barrel of Orkshine with her. And you keep
Don't worry.
focusing in those proper meditative positions. If you don't, you're gonna fuck up your chi.
Cheating, I mean. What are you, British?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Well. Let's get the show on the road.
Heading to find Payson, I assume? Or going to Relics? What about fucking... I'm mixing Raleigh's. Fucking so many R's.
I mean, to be fair, the innkeeper is a pretty good suspect, as he basically only seems to hang out in his basement and go up to serve drinks for the most part.
Yeah.
He came to the door once.
That's normal innkeeper behavior. What do you mean?
Well, this is also normal behavior for what I suspect is happening.
Then it is worth investigating.
It should be easy enough to tell if we just if I just sit next to him for a little while and pay attention.
How many hit points are you missing, Cal?
Sorry, just go back. 9. I'm missing 9 hit points.
You have 9 lay on hands. You are healed.
Wow. Some pretty fancy magic you out there.
The power of Yorickson flows through me.
Well, I won't complain.
Over to
I imagine it's something like, I touch you with my gauntleted hands and you expect it to be cold, but actually have warm hands.
With your what?
My hands!
You what?
Get your stinking hands off me, you damn dirty ape.
Okay, unheals you.
Harm assist.
I take back my gifts.
I cast unhealing, punches you.
Alrighty. Obviously, back at the Sailor's Blowhorn. See that Raleigh's having a fairly busy day. Sees the rest of you kind of. Hey! Come on in. If you need a drink, just give me a whistle.
Puts fingers in mouth.
You just see 50 beers appear in front of you. They immediately start pouring down your throat.
No, you whistled too hard.
I ain't
seat.
no whistleback girl.
Mr. Rowley, your basement. What's down there?
I mean, a lot of my supplies. He kind of points to some of the crates. You can tell that have obviously been traveling up and down the stairs. Where else is a tavern supposed to keep its beer? Can't keep it
Of
above
course.
ground. It'll be fucking spoiled in no time.
And there's a kitchen down there. Your sleeping quarters too.
Of course. I have the main kitchen area, kind of hooked up with the chimney over there.
I see.
Well, you
Do you think
curious?
we would be able to see it?
You're more than welcome. Obviously, got my bedroom. I'll be locked off. Got my coffers in there.
Of course. I'm curious to see how much you fit down there.
A huge portion. I may have blown all my fortune getting over here, but obviously with my travels coming here, I've managed to salvage a good portion, especially before they laid down a lot of the brickwork for this place.
I guess I'll come with you too.
Wait for me.
So, obviously, I don't have a basement for this, but
And
I know, right?
okay.
But you do see that there is obviously the various areas of the cellar. You can see a few placed out fish that are salted, dried, seasoned. Quite a few kegs that are obviously one of the mainstay areas. You can see it stretches out pretty much almost the entirety underneath the bar. And you can see it's a good portion of the cracks as well. I occasionally drift through, can tell that some of the dirt from above is kind of sprinkled over the top of the kegs, but you can tell he's put up tarps and various things to try and keep it from covering everything. You also see, especially with the kitchen area being on the more stable side, fairly large stove. It seems to have been built into kind of part of the dirt wall there on the side, with a heavy iron box kind of where the wood is held, where you can see a couple of large stew pots that are sitting there. Some that look like they have a little station where he gets fresh fish and other sorts, and has 3 or 4 chickens that are just sitting there like clucking away, and little nest eggs kind of set up there. Obviously that's for the various breakfast hours. You do take note though, as well as that a lot of the footpathing and everything, aside from that one section of the wall where the kitchen was obviously kind of embedded in the wall, just to make sure that the heat is kind of like dispersed and doesn't burn anything, is pretty much brickwork all the way through. Though none of it really has like grout or mortar or anything. It's just kind of laid bricks upon dirt. So, I assume you're looking for things as you're kind of going through. As he's showing you all
Yes.
the various things. Go ahead and roll me your perceptions or investigation if you're gonna like get on your
I
knees.
will assist you.
I would like to pan across, like, the
I'll
wall.
take assistance.
Yep.
I think my pick's probably better than yours.
I'd like to pan
That's
across
what-
all the walls because of my tremor sense.
Alrighty. So, let's see what that. Relics, you realize that a lot of these bricks and other such seem like they could be pushed loose.
Hmm. You have a lot of loose brickwork down here.
Yeah, it's not the most glorious. Unfortunately, this place went up really fast, and well, obviously when they dug the hole, they just kind of laid down what works for it.
Yeah. Nothing else really suspicious?
Aside from that, the only other section that seems to be closed off is really his bedroom, and that seems to be on the right side of what the sailor's blowhard would be, closer towards the doors.
Hmm. Well, he seems fine.
Zircon, do you see any rattles?
And Zircon, as you do investigate a good portion of the brickwork here, you can tell that there's occasionally a few hollow points behind the bricks. Nothing beyond like a couple inches or something that you would assume is like the size for a rat.
Yeah.
Other than that, obviously, you do pick up on a little bit of water here and there, but nothing crazy. The only other section that obviously you still can't get to would be the mainstead bedroom, which you do pick up on as a interesting section, because obviously there's still the bed in there and everything else, but it doesn't seem too huge. More of a kind of modest bedroom.
Yeah. It is a nice cellar. There is nothing strange here.
Oh, thank you. No, it's supposed to be strange, but I guess most tavern keepers usually have a spookier air, maybe? It's the eye patch, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Raleigh, can I ask you a direct question?
I mean, of course, pretty open.
Have you noticed any radical personality shifts in anybody living in town?
You can see he kind of runs his hand over his very ginger beard and thinks very heavily for a moment. Let's see. There was Rich Eye's assistant when he was mayor. He was a pretty good guy. Seemed to have a solid head on his shoulders. Then he seemed to kind of get a little more distant. A little more, kind of preachy kind of thing. Crazy, in a way. After that.
Where is he now?
He lives not far, but more or less on the opposite end of kind of fresh houses and all that. I don't know if he's still
Does he
still
leave
there.
his house?
No one's seen him in a while.
Well, that's a good lead. Well, regardless, thank you for the tour. It's a very nice basement.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be fixing it up soon enough. Obviously, can't everything here perfect, but going up within a year, I think it's pretty homey.
I point out a couple of spots for him where it could use a bit of more compacting with the dirt, so that way it doesn't structurally degrade as fast later on.
It is important to have good foundations.
Thank you. So to definitely be sure on that one.
You are welcome.
Wonder if some of the masons and doors here might be fixing it up. Either way, I know a few in town. So he'll happily come back upstairs with you.
Yeah, I think I have something I need to go check on. I want to go meet that man that you spoke of. I'll be back later.
Alright. Be careful. You seem kind of wild-eyed towards the end.
You guys want to come?
Of course. It is better that we stick together.
Da 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 da.
Doo-doo-doo.
Well, I have good news.
Yes.
The innkeeper's fine, but he gave us somebody else, which sounds much more like our candidate. The former assistant to the last mayor, was it?
The first mayor, Olin Richai.
So his assistant, or was it the mayor himself?
It was the mayor's assistant who seemed to have
Okay.
shifted.
Rich Eye's assistant, the previous mayor, he shifted dramatically in personality and hasn't been seen or left his home in a while.
That certainly sounds suspicious.
We should go talk to him at the very least. Maybe he just, a little mental breakdown or something. Maybe he's fine.
It is the best lead we have so far.
Sounds good.
You say lead, but it is hearsay from the tavern people. Not that I don't distrust him, but
There were no secret areas beyond the walls of the cellar.
we did not check his bedroom.
I could sense it. It was fine.
Very well.
Well, that's good. I didn't notice anything else weird about him, so let's go and go visit his house.
I have a question when we are outside, Rylax.
Yes?
When we're outside. The people who are taken, do they end up with a physiology similar to your own?
Well, that's a complicated question. We could assume a lot of different things about what they're doing. The first one being they're probably assimilated.
If it turned out they were similar to yourself, and lacked some of the internal organs that we possess, I could try to detect their heartbeat. If they did not have one, that would be a very good way to determine which of them is replaced.
Well, that is actually a good point for that kind of replacement. Maybe.
It is just a suggestion if you think it will help later.
It might, yeah.
Alright. Well, I am ready when the rest of you... And around at this.
Alrighty.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh, very alchemist.
Brother!
Go wander around the end of the block where the new houses are and ask people around if we can find his house. Because we didn't really, get an address.
Yeah, with that, as you do ask about the mayor's first assistant, you do get a couple odd looks from people. At that point, as they are looking at you, as like, are you serious? You want to go find Zobar?
Yeah, I just want to talk to him.
Guy's gone completely batshit insane.
Really?
Yeah, he's locked himself into his house, fucking screaming about all sorts of wild shit. He's been there for some time.
How long ago did that happen? Like a month?
Let's see. You can tell he thinks for a good hard while there. I want to say probably about 6 months or so.
Ah, it's a long time.
Yeah, we tried to get him help. Even had a cleric kind of, give him a good tap on the noggin with a little bit of a restoration, and not even that kind of seemed to help. Got to the point where I heard that the mayor had to kind of give him a little bit of a, extra funding for kind of like a calming emotion all the time.
Do you remember what he used to scream about before he was calmed down?
He seemed to have quite a few fits. Something was talking to him. Yeah, the usual kind of suspicion of somebody probably taking a little too much of their own supply kind of thing. But he never was really known for anything bizarre. I know he was a fucking gnome, but other than that, that's the most I can think of.
Alright, well, could you just give me directions to his house? If he'll talk to us, I'd like to talk to him.
Yeah, he points down the main road. It's kind of a weird positioning, but if you follow this road down to the end of kind of like what's the end of the mid-street, there's a house right in the middle of the junction. It's where he's lived for some time. Had assistance there, but he doesn't seem to really want to stay there or come out. It's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. Well, thank you very much. We'll be on our way.
Be safe. I don't know if he's even stable anymore.
I hope he is. Middle of the junction. Let's go.
Yeah, baby.
The hyperbolic speed chamber.
I absolutely love this soundtrack. It's so nice.
It is. It's very cool.
It's good. Nice soothing temple music style.
It's great fantasy background music for pretty much everything.
I kind of imagine it's like we're in the hold of like a mountain home, like a dwarven kingdom. It's like, the
Nice.
clanging of hammers and anvils and shit.
Forgive me, I just
Yes.
haven't had time to prep all these maps, even though I've
Nah, you're good, man. You're good.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm like, oh yes, let's go talk to the insane man on the other side of town. Come on, team.
Yeah, let's ask his neighbors as well. Where are the maps for those neighbors?
Give us the neighbors. Give us the neighbors.
They're here. Go talk to them. Knock on their door.
Do it.
And
You
what about
did.
the neighbors?
No visitors, and they just shut the doors, just like in a video game.
The door is locked.
right now. Fuck off.
It's just like in Bloodborne when you knock and they're just like, go away.
It's like, oh, you're a hunter. Go fuck yourself.
I wouldn't let a hunter into my house either.
Oh, yes, you know that we respect the healing church. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You're literally covered head to toe in blood, and I just got my carpets redone.
Please, fuck off.
I saw you stab that switch axe through a boar's lower intestine a second ago. I don't really want you in my house.
I don't want you in my life.
Do that, Star Fox.
Which side is his front door?
Is this it?
Either or. It's actually seems the possibly been previously an inn, as you could see, is quite boarded up. At the same time, you do see that on the side of the building here, for where the sign sticks out, and you can see what looks like a traveler going down a very long pathway, and it is fairly clearly, aptly named as the middle of the road inn.
Well, it's a good name.
Is this the place?
Should be.
So, as you approach, you do see that there are a few other murals obviously done. Various gnomes between celebrations, other people who've probably traveled here. Others that look to be in celebration of the foundation of Aylesbury. But you can see that there are quite a few listed there. And you do realize that, especially in mention of Payson, that some of these look like his kind of handiwork. As you recognize, especially for the style that they're done in, Cal, as you have one of his pieces.
Suspicious.
So,
Alright, I knock.
as you knock, you can hear someone kind of fumbling from upstairs. And just like a very quick as they hit the stairs and fall all the way down.
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Ow, 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 ow. Who's there?
I am Crumsteel of the Yorkson's Iron Champions.
I don't know anyone named Cromsteel. Are you looking for a room?
Me and my companions would wish to have a word with you, if you don't mind.
Okay. As he, you can hear him like start to undo the door, and see the little peek from around the corner of this 3'2" gnome, very weathered and aged looking.
Oh. God.
He looks insane.
He does.
How about that? Just
He's smoking a death stick.
Oh.
he looks to the rest of you. Oh, and he like sees you relax. He like immediately slams the door again. Like, no vacancy.
I felt that this might happen.
Oh.
Please, sir.
I'm not gonna listen to that. I know all about pink things.
Will you talk to the rest of them if I leave?
How do I know you're gonna leave?
I mean, I'll just leave. You can look before you let them in.
You can see
What
him.
do you
Like,
have against my companion?
you can see him like creep over to the window and peek out from behind the curtain. I have nothing to say until they're gone.
I'll just walk down the street.
All right. None of you others are made of like chutney or jello or anything, right?
You're not racist, are you?
What? And with that, and that he will open up the door, ineffectively kick your shin. Get it there. You damn paladin thing. What kind of religion do you follow?
It's recently new.
And welcome to the middle of the road in-house.
Great, thanks.
So you've seen creatures like that one over there before?
I'm fucking stabbing at them all the time in my house. That's why I don't have anyone sleep here anymore. It's not safe.
What?
But that you can see all around are various murals that have been painted and done up beautifully, by the way. Obviously, of various points of kind of like what looks like Feywild festivals, as well as almost like elegant gardens, things that are clearly, more homey to the gnome.
Do these look like they've been done by Pezon as well?
All these do look like they've been done by Pezon.
Oh, friend out there is a person. You haven't been stabbing people, have you?
That's not a person. That's a mango chutney. They'll eat you.
I would blink, but I am incapable.
I've heard them. I've seen them. Little eyeballs. They're always fucking watching me. I heard about their secrets. Their little meetings. Their arguments in the sewers. I saw one of those arguments. I got away, though.
Oh,
They're always arguing.
I may know what you're talking about, possibly.
And with that, you could see him, like, look around nervously and, like, goes to, like, tuck in between all three of you. He's like, they're listening. And, like, he's just like, shh, listen. For those who want to, you can roll me a perception check.
Sure. I sense nothing.
Alright. So, Krupstein kind of, you just assume that he's just completely fucking off his rocker. Zircon, you hear very subtle whispers coming from all the portraits. Like you actually hear the festival going on.
Oh,
I can hear them.
I don't
Hear what?
I'm not crazy. They're there, right? You go.
As I'm kind of motioning around, moving my head about, trying to get a proper angle on the sound, replacing my feet in different spots to try and get a better sense of the vibrations and listening more to try and figure out where it's coming from.
Alright. So, go ahead and roll me an investigation real quick.
Oh, I'm not good at that.
So with that, you can tell that it's definitely not near the center of the building. It's actually seemingly the walls. And you do pass by the southern and the northern sections. Not the fireplace, though, or anywhere that seems to have something that blocks out the wall. But, Callum Crossy, you notice that as Zircon does this pass around the room, everywhere he seems to kind of pick up and pause for a moment a little bit more, as far as you can tell, is in front of a mural.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up and put my ear like really close to one.
Alrighty. Roll me a perception at advantage.
2 ones. Nope, can't hear it.
These paintings from, where did you get them?
So you listen very closely, and you hear, it almost sounds like the breeze in the wind for a moment, and then like a very soft laughter, like a crowded room that's very distant, almost like it was the Sailor's Blowhard from the nights that you were there, but almost in gnomish voices and various around, equating to the mural itself. And it was extremely hard to pick up on, but now that you're literally like pressing an ear almost to it, you hear this clearly, even though it's extremely faint.
All right. Well, there are noises coming from these murals, but you said something about stabbing things. You're not going around stabbing these, are you?
No, why would I stab at my murals? I hear the...
Where has it seen come from?
Up here. And he, like, starts leading you upstairs.
Okay.
So, let me quickly reveal.
I follow him.
Just to make it easier. No, I'll just do the whole area in one shebang, right? And then I'll drag you over.
Oh,
You disappeared into the void. You're all dead.
Ah, fuck.
there's yet another floor. Oh,
So, they're usually on this floor. Sometimes they come out of the footlocker. But I watch. I know that they hide in the footlockers. I've seen them. I've fucking seen them. They hide in the footlockers and they creep in through the windows. And you can see as he's showing more and more of these floors, you see more murals. Obviously, other adventurers, people previous to the past or who have come through here. Some that look like other talented folk, as well as a self-portrait kind of like of Zobar, and then another of where you could see Paysan is happily painting nearby. Obviously, a commemorative portrait to show in respect of who the artist was in this main chamber here on the second floor stairs. And you can see that obviously this leads into the various bedroom chambers that are available from it.
so what's up with all the murals?
Oh, when Aylesbury was originally being built up, Payson is he was quite talented, and instead of having just a rather mundane-looking city, I suggested to the Mayor Richai that he paint up a good portion of the city, make it prettier, more vibrant, kind of give Aylesbury the up-and-coming kind of respect that even a lot of artists are entertained as brewers and such, to kind of give more livelihood and bring more life to the place. It worked really well. A lot of people like the murals. They even hired him to do quite a few more between a lot of the brick and mortar work. There's even a larger mural that he did not too far from the mayor's house that is quite kind of magnificent. It looks almost like a battle, like between a great warrior and a dragon. Kind of respect towards like the mercenaries guild that Richai has a passion for. It seems to kind of be too busy with paperwork when I last saw him. That's kind of my fault though. I kind of shirked my duties because I had to make sure to stab all the little green fucking eyes that were coming after me.
I assume none of us saw the little green eye that Leoris killed because she like insta-killed it.
We saw the goop.
Saw the goop.
Yeah, you saw goop, but not the form of it.
And are there any of Pesum's murals in the tavern, the Sailor's Blowhard Tavern?
There was one. It does look like kind of a beautiful sailing ship that was initially done, and you could tell that kind of got a little bit blocked off, but it's obviously been done there for Raleigh's kind of, overhang bar section and some of the crates that he has.
Are these like these murals? Are they like flat pane glass, or are they got like ridging in them that actually define what's on them?
They definitely have ridging. You could tell a good portion of ink.
Okay, because that's the only way I'm going to figure out what's on them is if they have the ridging. Otherwise, I'll just be like, it's pane glass.
Yes, flat.
So, you rub your hand over some of the murals, and it feels eerily warm, not cold like you would expect for some. You felt kind of like the equivalent of how a well-built house made of lumber is still kind of warm to the touch, but not too much. This one seems almost as if a person was leaning on it, and you kind of now are running your hand over it. So, equivalently body warmth. A little bit cooler than that, but still notable.
We know what his paint is made of. Did you say they came from the lockers?
Yeah. A lot of the foot lockers have the weird little green snots that they come at me every night. I fight them off or I block the door. I'm not gonna fucking sleep that well without them feeling. I check it every night. Every night!
May I check one now?
Please do. I haven't checked in a while. I haven't come down in a few days, and you can get a very horrible stench wafting from upstairs. Very clearly not rot, but he has very clearly not left his bed chambers for some time.
Uh-oh.
Stinky.
Stinky. Alright, I grab my Naginata, and I will tap this box to rumble its contents so I can feel its vibrations within my tremor sense range.
Alright. So, tap that one. Has quite a few bedrolls in it. See a couple pillowcases, a few other things they've kind of rustled around. Obviously, just bedding supplies for that.
Come out. That one appears to just have miscellaneous content. And I come in here and I'm going to test this top one first with the same method.
Alright. So, tapping that one. Do find that there are a few extra pillows. What seems to be a bottle of incense, maybe? As well as potpourri.
Oh, what? Potpourri? I don't know what that is.
Dried plants.
Ah.
The stuff that makes your house smell good. Grandma kind of stuff.
Okay. Like lavender, but fancier.
Yeah, dried flowers and all that. Potpourri.
Alright, I tap that one as well now.
There's this weird chain on the corner of the footlocker.
No. No! Mimic!
So, with that, you do see that there are what seems like leftover supplies. You see a dagger, a couple of ball bearings, a little bit of rope. It looks like someone's old adventuring gear that's just kind of been left here.
Yeah. Continuing on, I'm going to continue this process throughout the last 3 chests that are around.
Alright. So, it's in that room.
This room?
Yes.
Oh.
So walk in and poke this box. Upon poking the box, the lid does fly open, and a creature will attack you immediately upon the spot.
Surprise.
So it does get a surprise
Ooh.
attack on you.
That's fine. Fix my AC quickly. 16.
And as it does launch out to attack you, you do see that there are bones mixed in. Obviously, not finished dissolving, whatever it may be.
Ugh.
Where it last ate.
This, the surprise attack on you will be a 18 to hit.
That does hit. I don't think there's anything in here made of any kind of earthy material that I can use my emergency armor with.
You're all made of emergency material.
So with that, it will hit you. And with
Yep.
that, you get struck by this creature. A very heavy thud right against your chest for 5 bludgeoning. And then you hear almost like what sounds like a resounding scream enter your mind for 1 psychic damage.
Ow.
Huh.
Almost like touching this thing made. It's almost like touching this thing has allowed it to scream into your mind. At which, at that point, especially on the screen, almost forgot this other one.
It's very uncomfortable.
Especially since there are now multiple of you. Murals in this room. Peel off, Cromsteel.
Huh?
Bro, I was gonna stab him to see what would happen. Then he got jumped.
Oh, no. Not the paper.
You see, not paper, but the gnomes that were walking around in the murals literally walk off the wall, paper thin,
Oh, shit.
and are now turning to you as you see this 2D ink wall shift, and with a wild and fucking emaciated and happy look on their face,
Holy
start
shit.
cackling in your direction.
Zobar, hide.
I'm not crazy! I know it! I know it!
This is crazy.
Alrighty.
I was literally thinking to myself, oh, I'm gonna like cut into one of these murals to see what happens, but I don't have a knife. And then Zircon opened that and could attack.
Hey, just chime in.
I was
Alright.
gonna say roll for your initiatives.
That sounded like yelling.
Yeah, you definitely heard it. That's what I was gonna say. Roll initiative, Alex.
Are we rolling just in case?
You definitely heard screaming.
No, they were yelling. We heard them screaming.
I'm gonna
Okay.
scream a bit more on my turn.
Alright. So, with that, just real quick before Alex goes, you see Zobar in a full frantic panic run upstairs, and then you hear a door slam.
Yeah, right.
I did tell him to hide.
Alrighty. Really?
I will start to run over. The full move. Okay.
Alright.
Cal no health score.
No,
Oh yeah, Cal has no health bar.
It fucked up again, didn't it? Roll 20 always does this. Especially with all their new fucking buttons.
I think for me, though.
Apparently, it's always one person. Alright. The Oobleck spawn. gonna continue to try and consume its new meal.
No,
Slaps
I'm
you. You hear the no noise in your head.
waiting for the nat 20.
So with that, another wild slam against the ground as it's now crawling fully out of the footlocker. You can tell it's still confused by the fact it still doesn't have feet, and it looks like it's trying to reform into a humanoid shape. As the skull repositions and looks at you, and the slime almost looks at you with a almost sorrowful face.
Hmm.
And which you're blind, but you do sense it.
I can sense it. I don't like that. Smack! Oh, that's not good.
That will actually miss.
Yikes.
Fuck.
The slime does see this coming down with the nugget on it, and you actually sense the slime shift heavily to the side to avoid it.
As I have been caught off guard, I will smack it with the fist.
Alright, that definitely hits.
Bring my I bring my fucking foot up and then just in that straight arc down on top of it. Crunch.
As you hear this sickening smack, almost like that Zircon just stepped on a ripe melon, and you can hear the skull crack like loud, fragile pottery made from clay. As it just starts to shift back into position again, just amorphsize back into a humanoid form.
Yeah, you know what? I don't like that flurry of blows. Let's hit it one more time. Back.
That definitely hits.
Alright. Twist the foot.
Alright, another song. And you can feel it like cling to you for a moment, almost like a human would before it slides off your leg once more.
Whew.
It's still moving.
Careful, there might be more.
Alrighty. Yours.
I draw my sword, utter a quick prayer. Oh, let's try. Get me quickly to those that would cause us harm. And I'll bonus action activate my song so I can get an extra 10 feet of move speed. And dash. Is the door
It's
open?
Currently not open, but it was not locked from when he
Okay.
brought everyone inside.
Yeah, let me get the distance right then. It's 50, 60, 70. Whew.
And then let me. Yep. Oh yeah. Perfect.
80.
Oh, hi.
Alrighty.
Sprint upstairs and be like, what's going on?
We have encountered some of the slimes.
To arms!
Alright. Put that over to Crumb Steel. The two wild and grinning, well, gnomes made from ink and paints are waiting you in the bedchambers.
They're gonna be waiting a long ass time. I hunker down and take the dodge action.
Alright.
There are ink creations from the murals.
Alright, I will deal with this one then.
I'll hold that little bit there.
Alright. So. This first inkling. As it shuffles a little bit into the hall. It looks at you with a wild smile, pulls out what looks like a dagger, and then it raises it up instead of approaching you,
Oh no.
and will cast magic missile at you.
No!
Oh no! Fuck!
So
What
it
the fuck?
sends 3 darts down the hall at you,
Ah!
a total of 9 damage, and then you hear it cackle maniacally as you hear the footfalls on the bed for a brief moment, and then like it's stuck back to the wall.
The one thing I can't dodge. Fuck you.
My God.
Cal.
There's a big dumb robot in my way.
Jump over him.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm literally gonna walk up and like plant a boot on his back and leap over him. So it was
Could
5,
just
10,
walk
15,
past me.
20.
I'm not 5
Hold on.
feet wide.
I doubt. Looks like you are.
Yeah, so are you. Come on, Patty.
25. I'm just gonna hit this one because I don't see the other one. So I'm gonna walk up and swing my sticky stick.
As you step over to there, the other one does come out with a very maniacal cackle from the wall.
Oh.
And just and it will lash at your back. Wrong button. A 14 to hit you, which I believe is missing.
Nope. It's a miss.
Alright, so it swings wildly. Very disturbingly paper-thin dagger whips by you, and then you notice the flurry of color that just stepped away from the wall.
Yeah. This guy's made of paper, so I'm just gonna spin my stuff around and like try to rip it in half. And just whoop. Oh.
Alrighty, that will hit. As,
Oh.
you,
Okay.
as you strike down into it, you realize that your staff glides right through it, and it, you just and it melts down back into ink, and just puts a stain on the floor.
Alright, well, it's dead. So I'm gonna spin around, and because I've used all my movement, I'm going to do the defensive stance thingy. Patient defense, 1 key point.
Alrighty. Nice.
I run to the stairs.
Going
Good
upstairs.
move.
I'm following where Laris went.
Alrighty. The Ublix. Hold on. Let me just drag you over there. See. You've dropped the position already.
Oh, good. Okay, then I have 5 more feet of movement, so I will end up here.
Alright.
Where is everyone?
Followed by screaming. Oh, that's the pseudopod attacks. 22 to hit.
Fuck.
Yes, that's a big ouch.
That very loud, as you hear from down the hall, does 4 bludgeoning, and this time the psychic screaming is even louder. Zircon,
Oh,
as
God.
you take another 4 psychic damage.
Ah.
And you almost hear the resounding words of "Help me!" echo through your mind.
Oh, I help it. Oh no, I don't know if I help it.
That does hit.
I help it.
With that, you smash down on the skull, and finally it starts dissipating on the floor.
Careful. They do something to your mind.
Zircon, I hate this.
As do I. I will probably not do anything because I don't want to be in line of sight for one of those darts to hit me.
Leora,
Take a breather.
just collect yourself in the hall and look around for more murals. Did you mute yourself, Rosie?
Yeah, my bad. I'm not used to toggling my mute on all the time. I come around the corner and just go, Where is it?
In the bedroom. To the right.
Alright. Sprint in.
And come in and see this 2D gnome that's just laughing wildly as it's brandishing a knife made of ink, and it's just all these various pastel colors standing on their own.
I will smite this evil creature. Smite.
That hits. A very quick slash, you find that it almost has no defense as you just part it in twain. It just burbles down into mixed colors upon the bed sheets.
Huh. That was easier than I expected.
It's always you and me, Jesse. Get a fucking-
You know
Guys,
what?
all right?
You're fucking right.
They heard the screaming.
Well, looks like our friend Peasant is a little
My
suspicious.
tongue and sheath my blade.
He always was.
That slime thing looked like it was trying to take a shape. And every time it hit me, I could hear it screaming in my mind for help.
Uh-oh.
Are there any Mo murals in here?
As you look around and kind of check for the murals, you can see the two gnomes that were in here have peeled away, but you do hear the sounds of a gnome celebration.
I'll look around for Mo murals.
Alright. So, as you search around for more of the murals,
What happened to the weirdo? No.
He's locked himself upstairs. For safety.
I told him to hide.
Should we go check on him then?
Should we
That would be
break all of
best.
the murals?
Why are you breaking the murals?
Because the ink figures come out of them.
All of them?
So far, those two, but I don't see why they couldn't come out of all of them.
You said that the creatures, the slime creatures, also attacked you at the same time as the painting?
Yes.
Yes.
Huh. That's new.
Well, the owner seems to be having a lot of problems here, and he also has a lot of murals compared to everywhere else.
Do you think they're coming through the murals?
Well, I don't know much about magic, but it seems to be connected.
I don't think these murals are connected to real places like portals. They are simply imitations.
Sounds the festival coming from the ground floor near the stairs. Do you think that he has direct access to the base, to like the sewers in this house?
Possible.
It seems strange that they would attack you on the second floor. This implies they came up here to like wait for him or something.
He says that they always come out of these chests.
When Zircon searched the chest, he initiated the encounter.
Is that the only chest that had one?
So far, there are more.
Should
Which
check
chest?
the others.
This one here. I point at this one.
There are still these two.
Wait, which one did you already open?
This one. The ones in each room before us, and this one. Not the ones at the end.
And that was the one that had stuff in it.
Yes.
I would like to open it.
Another one comes out. Nah!
Alright, so you open it, and you see that the inside is the remains of a very slimy creature. So, doesn't seem to have any more resonance, but you assume that's also because it's now deceased.
Yeah.
What kind of bones did it have?
Roll me a medicine.
It had
So
bones.
good at that. Yeah,
Yeah.
there were bones in it.
Yes.
There was like a skeleton inside of it.
Fuck.
Definitely humanoid. The closest you can assume is maybe human or elf. Just because
So,
of
like-
its size, because there's no horns or anything.
Does the
Okay.
chest have any holes? Like tilting it around?
So with that, you tilt it around where you can tell that this chest has not been locked. You do take note that the window itself is cracked ever so slightly. Just enough where you can see that there's probably a good 4-inch gap there. And it probably
The bones couldn't have fit through the gap, though. Well, I guess they could have just failed to close it, too.
But you can see that, especially examining this a little closely. Did you take note as you shift the bed a little bit, examining this? It looked like it had initially climbed through the window and creeped along the edge of where the bed is, closest to the wall. There's still a good foot there. And then closed itself in the chest.
Wait. Why are they so interested in this building?
I think they're interested in its occupant.
He seems to be one of the only people here that's catching on.
Whoever is watching knows that he knows too much.
Well, but why wouldn't they just go upstairs and kill him? Why would
He's
he
moved.
chests downstairs that he knows about?
Maybe they're too weak to kill him. He said this collective is supposedly strong and good at taking over people, but maybe it's just starting up, not actually strong enough to, get shit done.
Or there
Perhaps
might be
they
more than
need him
one
alive
here.
for something.
Excuse me. Yeah. I'm just going to go upstairs and check on him.
Well,
With that, as you go upstairs, the smell does get rather rancid. Let me pop you out over there. As you get upstairs, you can see that this place doesn't seem to have any murals. It seems more of like the penthouse suites kind of situation. You do see the one door that obviously has a good amount of filth coming out from underneath it and around it is obviously closed and shut very tight. And you can hear from behind the door, "Are you alive?"
I hope so.
But that he sees Zobar open up the door. And it's very clearly holding a very fanciful looking wand. It has what looks like streaks of lightning creeping up the side with a huge blue crystal hewn onto the top of it.
We killed something.
That's good. That's good. I usually have to use this to try and stop it. Is everyone is breathing?
Those of us set breeze, yes.
Hi. Hi. You see, he, like, peers around the corner just in case. Like, slowly creeps around the corner holding up the wand as he's, like, looking up and down. Alright. They never come from up here. Thank God. It's always down below.
That seems useful.
That's why I stay up here. It's always safe. They come out of the brickwork, you know. I was walking home. They come right out from between them. Like nothing was there. Big, ugly, green eyes. I thought I was just going crazy initially. This proves it, though. There's something there. There's something watching me. Has to be one of those preacher's faults.
Well, I'm sure we can look into it. Before you go back downstairs, please do not fire that at our friend.
The peach chutney.
Yes, that one.
Sure she's safe.
Pretty sure. I have been sleeping in the same room.
You swear on your toes.
On all of them, yes.
Alright. Alright, I can work with that. The hell,
They came to your rescue, same as me.
that's good to know. The hell, slowly follow you down. The smell near his main bedroom that you can see that he's obviously living is god fucking awful. He's been clearly closed up in there for as long as what people have mentioned him gone missing. Basically, he's gone missing from the time that he's been.
6 months.
The only time he's come down is probably for food. With that, Leoris, you look downstairs and you see a few figures walk by towards the fireplace.
Did you have more guests?
I haven't had anyone renting these rooms in weeks. There's a few, but a lot of them. Oh, no, I can't say a lot. A few of them came back for their things. Others just left everything behind.
You should probably not be near these stairs then.
You hear him like, right. He quickly shuffles by and goes towards the larger guest room. Goes to peer out the window, like wand in hand, and sees someone like points it real quick at them, and then like, oh sorry.
So our friend seems to be doing okay. He has a magic stick.
That's good.
Right.
And there is something downstairs.
All right. Well, let's go say hi to it. Hopefully, it's somebody wondering why a bunch of people sprinted into his house and not a murderer. But you know.
Hopefully, but just in case, choose the two of you, Zircon. Let's try heals this one's wounds.
Thank you. I appreciate your help once again.
It is not me you need to thank. Let's go see what's downstairs.
I will gently hum to myself and tap Crom Steel with the doorknob. You heal 7.
Ooh. I feel better about leading the charge now.
Alright. So, as you come down the stairs, or do you go down or peer down or so?
I will go down while taking the dodge action.
Alrighty, a slow descent. As you,
Hiding behind my shield.
More
I
magic.
will also do that because I'm suspicious about whatever is down here.
hear the celebration continuing on for a time. Gosh, let me go over to the other stairs real quick.
20 ink gnomes.
It's time to leave.
As
Man, I
you-
thought that was like a fly buzzing around my window or something, but it's legit like someone's like something outside.
So,
Okay.
with that,
Car or like maybe someone whippersnipping.
It's raining in my house.
as you get to the bottom of the stairs, you see all the gnomes sitting there for a moment, dancing together as they laugh as you get to the bottom, as they all melt together.
Get down there, get down there.
So, with
What the
that,
hell?
with that, you do see a magnificent pile starting. For the music, you can definitely turn. I'm going to turn on the bot for a moment.
Ooh.
If it actually
Can't hear the bot yet.
Just waiting. We'll get there.
When you're ready.
Ooh.
Drums in the deep.
That's it.
I hear something slightly menacing.
Oh no, 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 no!
Flowers from body snatches.
Yeah, it's a group I gave him because they're really good with this ambience kind of music.
Oh,
Real fucking good.
As it amorphizes into a very large group of what seems to be ink gnomes all collectively slapped together as they all kind of smile and start to shift into a larger body, each one just kind of flowing and marking up this creature as it grows to 8 feet, 10 feet, and then 12 feet. All completely comprised of ink.
fuck.
And then, as it's looking at you, you can hear in a cacophony of voices as it almost sneers and laughs in your direction. Run!
I smack my hammer on my shield and I shout, "For the Emperor!"
God damn.
That's
Holy
balling.
shit. So he's an
Joe-
emperor now.
Yeah, Josh, is there an emperor in this land?
Yeah, Iron Strike.
For the Emperor!
No, but for real, if he shouts for the emperor, is there like an emperor? Is there an empire?
Yes, yes, there is. This is the human empire currently. There is the Dragonborn Empire to the north. Is
That's a bit sus. I'm writing that down.
That's sus.
I saw Emperor vent.
and then let me get Zobar. Well,
Oh, he's gonna come help. What a lad.
Dude, look how big that rat is.
It's a big rat.
Yeah,
My Sigma.
a rat man.
I love the music.
Spooky.
Oh my god.
Oh, there that is.
Yeah, it's on the other side. Help me.
Hey, you rolled high on initiative. You have only yourself to help.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
I
got a nat
should
20,
probably roll.
and I don't go first. Don't go second either.
Don't worry. It go last.
Good.
Zircon,
first. I don't want to go first.
You hear all these jubilant laughs of delight. They're all in unison.
All right. I hear his scream, and I will rush to his aid as I fucking half run up this wall, kick off, jump over here, and go straight down the stairs.
Alright. With that land in front of Crom Steel. And you see this amorphous pastel creature mixed in with all the gnomes that seem to be flowing over it. The faces were almost like the beautiful peach tan and then start to mix and bleed over in colors, and these hues start to melt together, almost like they're
Oh my god.
being slowly secreted and then chewed and melted again.
So I'm gonna assume this thing does not have any form of legs.
Not at all.
Fuck. I'm here to help, unfortunately.
Bless you.
Okay. I'm gonna move here. And I will stomp my foot into the ground and kind of scrape it back, and as I do, a whole bunch of stones will fly in through the window. And I will gain an extra 1 AC as my body is starting to become encompassed in the brickwork from outside.
You paved the road.
And then I go into my defensive stance, which is just flare. Oh boy.
Alrighty. Over to you, Cal.
Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me. Wait, no. Where do I... Does the stairs, like, start here?
I'm on
Down.
them.
Or do I have to go here?
I'm just covering them entirely.
So I can go 5, 10, 15.
And you can. So effectively, like that would be
20?
in front of Chrome. Thank you, Russ.
Oh, okay, I've got enough movement to even just go
Because you
here
can't,
anyway.
Josh.
What the shit is this?
Nothing good.
You just hear it all kind of in a giggle after. Join party.
Well,
Ones gets a
Monk.
vermin worth
That'll definitely hit.
of.
so I'll sprint up, give it a bonk, and then just jam my foot into it.
Oh god, too far.
Alrighty. So, as you smack into this thing, the first time, I need all of you, after you smash into it, you just hear a loud laughter on the same spot. Everyone, downstairs. Roll me a dexterity save.
Oh boy.
Oh,
boy.
god.
0.
Crom Steel said no.
I'm not rolling that.
You can't make me.
I don't move an inch.
Takes it like a champ.
Alright, so you'll take half damage on this as the volatile trait activates. Alright, still you take a full 5 acid. And Kyle and Zircon, you only take 2 acid as the splashback from this creature's body smacks down on a 15-foot wide area downstairs, covering everything in a prismatic spray of color.
Uh-huh.
Just use my last 5 feet to move yet.
Chrome steel.
Oh, actually, I have 40 feet move speed. Yeah, I'll just move there.
I'll take your spot then. And I'll hit it.
Uh-oh.
12.
A 12 will hit
Yeah, okay. 9
for
damage.
9 bludgeoning. And with that, you can see the splash leaks out, but you can tell it's building up more pressure again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, thank God. If it did that every hit, holy shit.
Yes, active blade mail forever.
No.
That's worse than Blade Mail because it can do more damage than they took.
Yeah. I'll move here to make space.
So, he comes around the corner. What's going on? What's going on?
There's something
Shoot it.
downstairs.
Shoot it.
Shooter! So, he'll creep around the corner, he'll have the main action full dash to get around the corner a little bit, peering down the stairs. What is that thing?
Shoot it.
He had the main action dash? No, man. Little feet.
Have bigger legs. Fuck.
It is trouble.
Leoris.
I don't want to go to the stairs now. But, fuck. One, two, which would be
Buckle my shoe.
just 10. Can I get, like, along that where the table is here?
That you can.
Okay.
You see one of the faces immediately following you as it melts across this creature's body.
Jeez.
And he take a deep breath and swing.
That will hit for 5 slashing. And then it'll take its reaction of selectively caustic. And then slash into it. The face spits out a globule of acid onto your hand.
Okay.
For 7 acid damage.
Oh fuck! What was that?
Release.
Can I see it from the top of the stairs?
You definitely can.
Okay. I would like to use Fire Bolt.
Yes.
I clicked. There we go.
It
Good
hit.
click.
That's a lot of damage.
Nice.
Alright, so with that, you fire it, and you hear a loud as it pops and burbles and sears away a good portion. As you can hear a lot of the faces just, no! As it looks in your direction, furious. You can tell that has actually done double damage.
Okay. Well, I don't really see much reason to move because all my attacks are ranged, so I guess I'll just stand here.
Alright.
Fireworks round.
It does not recharge.
Oh, no.
Thank fucking God.
With that, it will attempt to, well, pseudopod Cal, it's because it feels the need now to get to Rion. So it's going to make 2 attacks at Cal to try and get him out of the way. First one will hit with a 20, and the second one will miss as it smashes into the stairs. Cal, you will take 4 bludgeoning and 9 acid.
Fuck.
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 Where did your health go?
Zircon.
I'm gonna get around you, buddy, by just slipping between you and it. And yeah, I'm thinking it's time to just smack it because I can't do much else. Oh, thank God.
Definitely hit.
Smack.
Alrighty. That's solid 7 damage. As you can tell, this creature, especially with the retaliation and the attacks it's done, slashing and cutting it seems to be working extraordinarily well. Even the few times you've smashed into it, as much as it's tried to retaliate, you could tell that obviously its form is very fragile at this current state.
I, feeling safer with my armor of stone on me, will attempt to punch it.
Alrighty.
Smack.
Definitely hit.
Another mac. Ooh, hefty hit.
Alright. This time, it'll use its reaction, since it just got its back, to spit a globule on you for hitting it twice.
I don't like that.
For 1 acid, as the rocks have definitely protected you.
I hear them sizzling.
Yes,
You can actually see the brickwork melting before your eyes.
Ooh.
Though it does not seem to have any effect on metal.
Ah.
Alright, I am going to give it a whack. Bonk. I'm gonna spend my last key point and just give it 2 punchies. Are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, let's fuck it up, brother!
That's a ballin'.
The retaliation.
It's like inky goo, right?
Almost pastel colors. Like a rainbow of barf kind of mixed together.
Yeah.
With horrific
Lovely.
melted gnome faces all around it.
So first I whack it with my staff, and then I just punch it. My fist goes like straight into it, and then I ripping my fist out again, do the rest of the damage. Ooh.
Fucking solid chunker of damage, man.
And it's already used its reaction, so I'm gonna hide behind this wall.
Very nice.
Surprise, bitch has got 2 reactions. Nah.
No. All right. Chrome steel.
For the Emperor.
He cries.
No more, please don't recharge.
And damage.
Just don't fucking recharge.
Yeah, and I will stay where I am.
Your 2 crits are a service to God, sir.
They are, as you can tell, this creature.
That extra 4 damage.
You can tell this creature is looking very
first.
panicked at the current circumstance.
Zobar, take the shot.
Take the shot, Zobar.
May fire when ready.
Especially with, obviously, a very easily discernible wand of lightning bolts.
Magic stick.
Magic stick, magic stick, magic stick. long as he has. As from upstairs, you see a streak of lightning smash into this huge ink creature and just starts roasting it as it screams in pain.
A solid blow.
Leoris.
I think you're muted again, Rosie.
No, I'm not.
Oh, shit.
That definitely hits.
Yes, we are slowly climbing in the damage. 1 extra point each turn.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So, another
Eventually, it might get tickled.
So, with that, will that be all yours? As you see, the creature is now looking for a possible escape. Relax.
Magic missile.
Got him.
Alrighty. So, with that beautiful cacophony of magic missiles that sink into this, you can see all the faces shift from the laughing and giggle glee that they had. Slowly starts to melt down. And you can see that the puddle starts to get smaller and smaller again, like it originally was. Before you see the final giggling face rise back to the top with a little burble as the bubble pops and does a death throw. Everyone except Cal and those that are upstairs. Roll me another dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
Oh,
16, not 21.
Alrighty. So, unfortunately, Cromsteel does not make it, but it'll be half damage anyway for those who did. So, Cromsteel, you take 7.
I live.
Leoris, you take 3. And Cal, you see another.
Carrying between me and the fucking.
Cal, you see a huge splash of ink just wash over the wall. With that, the creature is noble, and your rolls are now gone. You could see the festivals that were originally painted there in this room all around you. You could hear the soft sounds of music slowly fade away as they all start to melt to the floor and disappear into puddles of various colors, melting away.
I peek around the corner. Everyone all right?
Yes.
See
More
all
or
your-
less.
See
Has
all of
been
your
dealt
allies
with.
are now covered in rainbow-esque colors.
I've had worse.
That was very different.
I told you, I'm not crazy. They're real.
You,
Zobar,
they are.
Zobar, has anybody tried to buy the inn from you?
One of the preachers from the sewer. It's where they
Which
have the,
one?
It's a dragonborn. It's a black scale dragonborn. What was his name? You
Of
can
course
see.
it is.
I think they want your inn. That's why they keep attacking you.
Why would they want my inn?
To put it quite frankly, they need people. And an inn is probably a very easy way to get people.
But he has not had customers for weeks.
What if his replacement wanted customers?
I think that it's the people that don't want to come in. No offense.
Well, I mean, yeah, he does have all the windows boarded up. It's not like it looks like a very inviting place.
Precisely.
If you were to renovate and make it look presentable, you would have plenty of traffic here.
And a whole bunch of people originally come in here quite a lot.
Did that Dragonborn ever visit?
He did come here quite often when he first got off the boat. He's the one who introduced me to Payson.
Has the paintings ever done that before?
Not at all. Again, usually I don't go shifting around the chests. I usually go to the pantry and then I come back upstairs.
I suspect either they're doing that because I came here, or they're stepping up their efforts.
Possibly.
I suggest we tear down all of these.
Yeah, if you don't mind, you might want to destroy all your paintings. They don't really seem very safe.
I don't want them anymore. I don't even want to stay here anymore. I just know that walking around in those streets does bricks. He like looks to you, Zircon still covered in that. Ah!
The bricks.
They pop out of the bricks.
I can put these back. It's fine.
Well, I'm going to suggest you can come with us and go stay at the other end. We know that the innkeeper isn't a monster in disguise that's going to eat you.
The problem is, if this inn is not occupied, then some other residents may take over it.
But what does that matter? That's just free leads for us later.
I suppose, but it may put others in danger.
I suppose that's true, but I mean, they're already inside of his house.
We obviously can't let him stay.
That is also true.
What is the price that you want for this inn?
Tavern Tycoon, Tavern Tycoon, Tavern Full circle, baby!
I'm not gonna lie, I don't care to sell this place. I just want to leave this place. I want to get out of this town. I have been too fucking scared to even walk down the road. I see the way some people look at me. I know some think that I'm just fucking crazy, but there's others. There's others. They're way too calm.
Well, what do you say I buy it from you for... I don't have very much money. 60 gold sound good?
Sure, I don't care.
On top of that, we can guide you to the tavern that we believe is safe. We have been staying there as well, so you can count on us to help.
Well, to be fair, Pezon is there.
And we will be having a talk with him.
So fucking
You think we should rest up here before confronting Pezon?
I mean, I don't really think sleeping in this room is a very good idea. No offense to you, Zobar, but I don't really trust your house.
I don't trust it either. I've been locked in my bedroom for almost 6 months.
Suggest we find another inn.
Or we could just go take a rest in a park somewhere. It's not like we have to go to an inn for an hour or whatever.
I guess I get to sleep on dirt or something solid.
If need be, we can go to the outskirts of town and rest there, away from other civilization. It might even be safer.
I'll take my chance in the woods. Hell, I'll take my chance in a bed of sturges at this point. At least I know they're bloodsuckers.
What do the rest of you think?
Well, I mean, what does it really matter if we go back to the inn that we were staying at? It's not like Payson knows that his paintings are coming to life and have tried to kill us, possibly.
If Payson sees us bring Zerbar with us, he may know something is up. If Payson is actually Eve.
I suspect it might have something more to do with the fact that his magical ink is easily influenced.
Pazon fled from Warnthus. He knew his ink could do something horrible.
Yeah, perhaps it's involuntary.
We don't know if he made these murals intentionally to do this. Until that, we cannot trust him.
Alright, yeah, that's a good point.
That is a wise assumption.
Are there any
Wise.
other inns in this town?
Oh, just mine and the one towards the center. There haven't been enough time to erect more. Mine was probably the most spacious.
Outskirts of the city it is, then, I guess.
I am fine with it.
And the Dragonborn here looking for Scomfic.
I'm sorry.
Gomfic?
Scomfic.
Hey, I got kind of close. I'll give us a-
Do I recognize this Dragon Ball name?
It's not the same as the other two.
No, this one's a black skin.
But go ahead and roll me a history, actually.
We'll try.
I will also roll because I'm thinking about it and I'm meandering on for a while. Oof.
Righty. So, probably in your travels, but at the same time, probably some of the people who have originally come here. Just bouncing over to the main map real quick. You know the story a little bit of Melfic, where he originally presided as a small temple in Crickmont. After a falling out with one of the major temples there, there was the worshipping of some people who have claimed to be more of a archaeological kind of god, one that he claims that Tiamat had tried to destroy, but the trickles and droplets of his blood had survived, and he had been reborn. That it spoke to him and gave him blessings beyond, well, belief, though obviously besmirched and thrown out of many of the temple areas as a falsifier and a person who's trying to personify lies simply for the benefit of creating a new cult, and someone feared basically a new form of Tiamat cult would be made from this bizarre god that she supposedly had fought. Others just flat out accused him of being a Tiamat worshipper, trying to hide his evil god symbol in a new form. As to the truth of that, you're not very sure.
However, none of that really sounds good or positive at all.
Especially the fact that he said that the guy lives in this town's sewers and has tried to buy this house from him. Does your house have sewer access?
No, but it is one of the earliest houses. I mean, probably like right after the sailor's blowhard. Gave him a good run for his money before all this weird shit started happening to me. Same time I know
He's
Rod.
Viking pit.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You can continue.
Same time I know Raleigh was a little upset. Was kind of showing up on the business end, but other than that, he seemed to go back to being pretty jovial. But obviously more business when I closed my doors. And made sure that people weren't sleeping here anymore.
It is entirely possible he might be in on it without being subverted.
You say he also introduced you to Pesum.
Yeah, Gumfick introduced me. They arrived not too far apart from each other. They seemed to hit it off really, really quick.
And then Pesum filled you in with paintings, and then your inn started going crazy.
Essentially, it wasn't really the paintings that's kind of new. Though, the eyes, I saw them around town. Mostly when I was leaving the office towards the center, pretty close to the fountain. Though I occasionally had followed one or two, just curious out of my fever dreams, if they were real or not, back to the aqueducts. Other than that, it leaves me curious. I don't even know how Kuthith sleeps in the streets, comfortable. There's no way he didn't see them. I kept trying to convince him to speak up and tell the people, and he kept looking at me nervously. Just refused to speak about anything. Just kept brushing it off like I was drunk. Basically, the main reason why I wasn't... well, no one even believed me, and Rich I never thought anything of it.
We should talk to him as well. Perhaps he is silenced through fear.
A refusal to speak, I feel, connotes more fear than it does him being a part of the conspiracy.
Is there a way we need to know what he knows?
Regardless, we're in no condition to fight anybody right now.
You're right. We should get a rest first.
How far away is that witch's house?
A few days.
Yes, it was a long travel, was it not?
We could stay near the fighting pits.
With the possibility of goblin army?
Yeah, let's go camp. I think we should go camp out near the fighting pits. That's actually a pretty good idea. They're nice and it's far away from any aqueducts or sewers.
I do not think Veneri or her family will mind, especially after the shows we have put forward for them.
The orcs are very friendly.
I think I could trust them.
I'm gonna go buy a tent on our way out. I don't want to sleep out in the open.
I am happy to sleep in the open.
I do not really need sleep, but I enjoy being under the night sky.
Then we should get a move now, before anything worse happens.
Yeah,
Agreed.
let's go.
I
Would
gesture
not be
towards
here
the
if more
door.
turn up.
Stay close, Zobar.
I would climb into your fucking backpack if I could.
What do you say?
He would climb.
I would
into-
climb into your backpack if I could. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till everyone leaves.
Alright. And Zobar will happily just grab a few rations. You can tell he doesn't even care. He just basically grabs just enough food and a water skin. Leora says and we head out as well.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna pull out my book and open up to like the last page where Pesom's drawing is. And I'm gonna like place it against my ear and see if I can hear anything.
Just stabs you.
Shanks.
Ah,
He's,
fuck.
he's dead.
Surprise!
There is no sound
And there's nothing suspicious about the drawing.
Nope. It seems that the ink is well and soaked in and dried, and seems like normal ink.
Peggy 6.
That's what you hear out of the fucking mirror. Peggy 16.
I'll just put it back in my pack then. Catch up.
As you quickly make your way through town.
Wait, actually, before we leave, was there any ooze of that stuff left on the ground, like the ink?
Heaps of it.
I'd like to jam some into the bottles I have.
Alright. So, just a small bottle, what kind of size bottle?
Average glass bottle. I don't know what the average glass bottle's carrying capacity is.
Alright, so yeah, pretty much just like small drink bottle.
Okay, yeah.
That's soda can kind of thing. 12 ounce.
Glass bottle full of ink.
Nice.
He will.
That's gonna kill us one day.
Well, I have to check it out. I mean, And am I able to buy a tent on the way out? Since I don't actually have one.
You definitely are. You can easily buy it from one of the various general shops that have set up for the day, or even at the Elven Curio shop, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, Elven Curio Shop tent. I'm sure it'll be higher quality.
And you're not surprised when it is. It is actually very beautiful designs with floral patterns all over it. It's actually surprisingly light as well.
Nice elf tent flowers.
So now we can officially start playing the shit your pants music.
Thank you.
It's a bait. We get attacked in our sleep.
If that thing recharged, it could have been really bad.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was its reaction. I'm like, it's gonna do that every round.
No,
That would have sucked. I could have taken like one more of those at best.
That's why I fucking hid behind the wall, because I was in like 4 HP.
with a hefty 2d8, that thing's pretty fuck nasty. What you guys
That
think
was
about?
enough XP to level up, right?
We'll see. Alright. So, after a quick stop off and buying a few things, you can see Zobar is kind of trying to keep himself hidden amongst you. Obviously, you do see a few people kind of looking surprised, the few that do recognize Zobar, that he is walking the streets again, even if it is with the rest of you. You can look a little worse for wear. Relax, you look perfectly fine. The rest of you are covered in all sorts of kinds of pastels.
Oh, no, don't worry. I got it all off with the whole removing the stone armor from my body.
That's true. You were protected from the shotgun paint blast.
Yes. It still hurt like shit.
Oh, fuck.
I need a good scrubbing.
Slime crimes, baby.
Slime crime of New York.
So it's just going to... I assume you're going to post up in the field and just kind of chill out by the fighter pits, set up a tent or so.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast dancing lights and just put one in like each corner, like 10 feet apart from each other, just to like so I can have clear vision of the ground.
I
Alright.
also cast dancing lights, and I put each of mine with each of Cal's, and then I look at him and say, "Say looks lonely."
I also designate our entire sleeping area, the 20-foot cube, alarmed.
Every
Little,
orc
notice.
walks in.
It's just like I just hear the alarm constantly in my head. Just
God damn it, guys! Come on!
I stand in the middle of the square, and my head rotates 360 degrees constantly.
we set up like a prison camp.
Yeah.
It's alarmed. It has lights at the
My God, let me just lay down some fucking razor wire. We got ourselves a little prison here.
Yeah, boy. There you go. The evolving map evolves some more.
Oh my god, the tent is huge.
My God.
It's a nice tent.
Is that ours?
If you had this in that pocket,
Holy shit, it's huge.
I just went and bought it. You were there for it.
you're right. We live here now.
I mean, you can sleep in the tent if you want. It's
Oh, that's
alarmed,
cool.
but perfectly safe.
Drunk
I
devil
will.
wanders in at night. Bam, bam, bam. Son of a bitch!
Well, I'm happy to make myself like a dirt sump.
I'm just gonna sleep in the dirt.
Well, yeah. It's my element, boy.
Sleep inside.
Indoors.
It's very squishy in there.
Yeah, but pack safety.
Tactics.
To be fair,
Like I gotta
Crum
pack
still
a
doesn't
bullet.
sleep, and me and Leora only meditate for 4 hours. So, not that fun.
Also, on a side note, you all did were easily enough able to take note that thing seemed really extremely susceptible to fire, and also recoiled at it striking it. So it's easy enough to assume that being close to this much fire,
Oh,
there's a
true.
good likelihood that it won't want to come near.
I like.
If we set the tent on fire, then they won't.
We'll be warm for the
If
rest of
I
our lives.
was a fire ganassi, I'd be fucking fine.
What are you immune to? Earth damage?
Not immune to any damage.
Cast Shatter on you.
Fuck!
He's also the one who got hit with the fucking psychic screams. Help me!
I did sort of draw 'em like stars.
Alright, I stand watch all night.
I meditate to
So you do get a few looks. The pit boys don't really worry about it too much, because obviously they all set up camp here themselves, so they just assume that, you guys being new and having a little compatriot with you just means more business for the barbecue pits, and also the fact that two of you have fought quite regularly here. They don't even really think anything of it, so they don't even question you guys setting up a tent here. For those of you keeping watch, you can go ahead and roll me perception as you go to set up for the night and I assume take shifts.
I'm already outside, so I may as well take some watch as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna rest first, so.
So whoever wants to roll for the first one.
Cromsteel already did first one.
Which works in the boisterous and noisy time, and obviously everything that just happened. You can see Zobar is just kind of sitting there, taking a breath and obviously you could tell he's kind of, just rubbing a little dirt on himself and running his hands through the grass that's still underneath, and it's just like, this is so nice. This is so much better.
And here I thought you were supposed to be scared of me.
Oh, you haven't eaten me yet? Not planning to, are you?
You haven't gone to sleep yet.
Don't say that.
Levels the fucking lightning wand in your direction.
I don't plan to, and I don't think I could, if I was able to.
And even if you
I'm
were
just
with
being
them,
honest.
I wouldn't say you're with them. I've never seen any of them kind of use fire. Never mind the fact of attacking each other.
Yeah, I don't really much like fire either, but it's necessary.
I perceive. I do not perceive.
I'm glad he wasn't racist.
You keep watch, and obviously you think that you pick up on something. Oh wait, no, it's just a mole that's tunneling underground right now.
Son of a bitch.
Can't get to sleep because the mole is tunneling so loud.
Like in circles underneath me. Stop it! Stop it!
Dude,
I fucking mold it up and
underneath
get to the
you.
mole.
It breaks the surface and you just plummet.
Punch it.
Surprise attack!
Fucking mole.
I have an alarm, excuse me.
Oh. Yes, the alarm goes off for the critter. What is that? What is that?
It's
Mole.
just a mole.
But other than a noisy crowd outside that obviously seems to be having a good time. Obviously, you're able to get to the point where you're able to drift off, some of you keeping close watch. And does not seem like anything has pursued you here. Go ahead and get your long rest.
Hooray.
Finish out your plans for what you wish to do. You can see Zobar is actually fully asleep. You can tell from the bags under his eyes, and especially the mess that he is. This man is, this gnome has not slept probably in 4 or 5 days.
He probably smells so bad.
Yeah, he smells like if Nurgle wiped his backside and left the aftermath beside you.
Imagine having 5 senses.
Yeah, imagine.
Turns off nose.
Turns off eyes. Oh, wait.
Push your fingers.
Have no eyelids.
I must see.
I must blink, but I cannot.
Hey, how much XP was that thing worth?
What about second level up?
Oh my fucking god.
I mean, we're pretty close to leveling. It's a legitimate question.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Let me double check.
It's gonna be like, it's worth 149 XP each.
Ah, but we killed those 3 little things upstairs.
Ah, but we got our asses kicked by Veneeri.
Let's push with the investigation of finding Zobar. Getting more pieces of information. You know, pieces of it.
Pays on now, a suspect for good.
Yeah, now that we're awake, I have to test out the ink on some parchment. Well, it's probably like all out of magic or something.
Swear to God, if the paper stands up and cuts me. So mad.
And it does so with a smile on its face. Where'd I get the smile? You motherfucker!
God.
You guys thought I couldn't get fucking weirder with this shit.
No, that was great. I loved it.
Can't wait to fight real things again.
We fought Ink Monster 1, yes, but what about second Ink Monster?
What about second monster?
Fighting paper golems and ink monsters at the fucking opening.
I liked the boars. They were good.
The balls were normal.
I could handle boars. That shit's cool. Ink monsters could go fuck themselves.
Yeah, forget about it.
The boot.
A bigger the bush.
How big is the booty?
So you each from all of that has happened recently 280 XP.
That'll do it.
So go ahead and roll your hit dice as you do level up.
Yay.
Da 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 da.
We'll take a 5-minute break, drinks, grab your stuff,
Okay.
kiss your mums.
Oh my god, look
yeah.
at all them hit dice.
Oh,
Holy
Well,
shit.
I can
My
kick
health
your ass
sucks,
harder
dude.
now.
No.
Yeah.
Bad Josh.
Oh.
Bad Josh.
How you doing there, Cal?
27 total. What about you?
Not 27 total.
You have
Hey,
better
my
con
hit
than
dice
me.
is bigger, and I'm on 22.
28, baby.
Yikes.
I'm also 22.
I'm gonna grab a
What the
drink.
fuck?
What are you on, Zircon? Because you have better con than me.
'Cause he's
Oh, I
fucking
did
hot.
roll the crit last time.
I'm on 25 hit points.
Close.
It's time for Sacred Oath.
It's time for second level spell slots. What about second level?
What about second spell slot?
What about third level?
Moot Oath of Glory.
Cool.
In
I love
water,
having
chimps will drown.
chimps will drown. I love having more key.
I love having monkey.
In water, chimps will
Will
drown.
drown.
I've seen a video where the chimp's like, nope, and swims away, but I can't find it.
Oh, I just stabbed myself in the leg.
I'd do
Good
that.
job.
Oh god.
Well, you can't find it because it doesn't exist. In
It's
water,
true, chimps will
chimps
drown.
will
Will
drown.
drown.
It was probably removed for being factually inaccurate.
Fake
Removed from
news.
greater context. It's so funny.
Here we go, boys. I'm now Shadow the Hedgehog.
Why?
Because he's a shadow monk.
Oh,
It's really not good until like 7th level, 6th level. But hey. Yeah, I can use most of my key points to cast spells that aren't very good.
cool.
What happens to you when you're in water?
I don't drown because I'm not a chimp.
That's what I like to hear.
I get
Chimps
the
do
ability to
drown.
Cast more spells. Hell yeah.
Return to monk.
I didn't even get the chance to go to the bathroom yet, so I'm gonna do that in a
Yeah,
second
neither.
after I finish doing spells.
Way of the Ascendant Dragon. Wait, is that you?
But now I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
For Jester?
Oh, what?
Is that your thing? Way of the Ascendant Dragon?
No. Mine's a 100 class.
This is new.
You
This is a new UA thing that wasn't here like 2 weeks ago.
There's so many more oaths.
So how do
Oh
you
my
like my
God.
ink
Oh, it's
monsters?
that one.
What was that, sorry?
Alrighty.
So how do you like my ink monsters?
I don't! I fucking don't!
thought that art could be so autistic.
I hate
It's like fucking, what is it, like Picasso, where it's all fucked up.
It's pretty much what you were just fighting. Didn't you want to fight your own Warhammer minis?
No.
Didn't you want to fight all of the colorful art paints that you have in your entire collection?
Some my shitty old Space Marines that are fucking half painted.
They retaliate. Why have you not finished us, father?
They're all broken because my little brother played with them. Oh, this subclass is so bad for like many levels, but I'm still sticking with it. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee.
And water. Chimps will drown.
What?
What is the spell?
Death.
No. I can't even cast that. The material components cost over 100 gold.
In water.
Shut the fuck up.
Pimps will drown.
Pimps will drown.
Activating the pimp drowning mechanic.
Out of all of these, I think the only one I'm gonna realistically use is. Like, I could prepare Dark Vision for myself. That would be useful as one of the only party members without Dark Vision. Well, actually, the Warforged doesn't have it. I don't need to pretend like I'm better.
I'm sure you probably all saw this already, but it's relevant to the conversation.
Of course, yes.
In water, chimps will drown.
I have to add more spell.
Out of context, that looks fucking horrifying.
Turns out that's an ad for like Ford.
It looks like it's some kind of weird pedophile, like a trained monkey to kidnap children. He just pulls up near some children. They're like, "Oh, cool, nice car, man." And he presses the button in his trunk. He climbs. Just grab the kid.
Do I have more key now?
Yeah, you have as many as you have levels.
Hug.
There's something so cursed about the way it chases them.
I like the way it smiles.
It knows what it's doing is wrong, and it doesn't mind. Well, Shadow Blade isn't actually very useful for me. I can barely actually fucking swing it. It's a consequence. guess I'll prepare this. Oh, I have that. Never mind. Okay. Well, I found the meta choice here.
Fire sword.
Okay, spell list is all done. The DC actually calculated correctly.
I have so many things to remember.
How do you like playing classes with so much stuff?
It's not just classes, dude.
Bruh, I mean, Josh, if you want to look at what I've currently got in my features list, and I still need to add some more.
And then you still have all your fucking story bits.
I can cast Fairy Fire? Hog.
Hog.
Oh.
Goddamn right. Oh.
That's a pretty good spell for a monk to have.
Mm.
Goddamn, son. That is a hell of a lot
Hello?
of features.
Yep, I still have to get advanced techniques.
Hello.
Just one.
Are you being a slappy man?
I don't know what you're talking about.
They call him Slappy Pappy.
Pap, slap, slap. Up, goppa, goppa, longus.
Oh, hey, yeah, I also have that spell now, so I can prepare it in case what I'm about to do is, like, kill me. I think not committing seppuku is an important step right now.
Cheekiest of freakies.
That point where everyone realizes that, oh fuck, they need to check how they're gonna heal if somebody goes down after the first major encounter.
Just hope it's not me.
God, I hope that monster hits somebody else.
Although I, the paladin, have the lowest HP.
Yeah, that was me and fucking Descent.
Yeah.
Urdra had fucking 4 more AC than me and could heal forever.
And also, I had more HP than you.
Yeah.
Imagine if nobody went to fucking get Zobar from upstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he did 30 damage to that boy.
He lightning bolted it, didn't he?
Yeah.
He got a wand of lightning bolts, which is a very good explanation as to why he has not been evicted.
Yeah, that explains why he hasn't been evicted and why he's able to kill everything, because he just fucking lightning bolts it. And some crotchety wizard points a fucking wand of lightning bolts at you. You're like, okay, I'm leaving. Bye.
Fucking out of here, man. You're crazy.
I don't feel like getting vaporized. Man, you can keep your end.
Don't fuck with me, pal.
You son of a bitch.
I'll reduce you into your grandma's ashes. Alrighty.
Swiggity swack, swiggity swoo.
I believe everyone is here? Question mark?
Yep.
I'm here.
Alright, is anyone not here?
I'm here.
I'm not here.
That's everyone.
The only person I didn't hear say anything was Luke.
Yeah, I'm here.
He said something.
Okay.
Silent
I-
I
robot.
was just watching the thing and I didn't see the green light up, and it might just be because your name's green. Like your picture is so green already.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's hard to see. I do see it though.
Hey, Discord's on my second monitor. If I can see it, then you can.
Alright. Early morning. You do hear a good portion of wood being chucked around. It seems like the orcs have felled another tree and dragged it over to continue, well, fueling the smoker pits. Aside from that, you do see that there are a few new ships that are in port today. You can also see that there are a small band of orcs. It looks about 6 of them are going out there to start hunting some more creatures as the others start chopping up some more wood. You can see that they work almost lightning fast. The extremely heavy axes they have, obviously weathered and used for many years, make very quick and short, easy work of this felled great tree. At that, you can get these soft hints of the fresh resin from the tree, just kind of softly wafting through the air as it's very sweet. And you can see why they use this for their smoking pits. Aside from the collective of orcs going about and obviously handling their daily duties, you do see that looks like a couple of sailors probably got a little too friendly over near some of the rocks underneath the bedroll, and it's definitely 2 guys.
Got him.
Other than that, obviously it is early morning nearby the pits. Obviously you have Zobar, who is still fast asleep. The smell of fresh food still being cooked, and other areas have already been prepped. You can see some of the other briskets and other things that were cooked overnight have been set up on the table. Some people who just come and load up what seems to be maybe a bowl or a dish that they have brought with them and kind of take what they want to eat at one of the other tables. Obviously, meats that were previously smoked yesterday set out for other people to just enjoy and dine upon.
I guess let's go get some breakfast.
A good idea.
We can let him sleep a little bit longer. He's probably very tired.
In that case, I suppose I will watch over him.
He dies in that matter of instant.
I
seems-
failed.
Mission failure.
I turned off my eyes for 3 seconds.
Damn it.
How could this happen?
Get something to eat, then we find Basin.
Yeah. I want to test out this ink while we're eating.
Alrighty. While you're eating, what are you doing with the ink? Just swishing around?
I'm opening up the jar and I'm putting down a piece of parchment. I'm going to try to write with it.
Alrighty. So as you do just start to write with it, what color are you thinking of?
I guess I'm probably seeing the tables. I'm probably thinking of brown, if anything, because, you know, the table's right in front of me.
You effectively get brown lettering.
What? I think of red, then do it again.
You get red lettering, almost like the beautiful rose hue color.
Wow. It duplicates the colors that you think of.
It's That is curious.
Hmm. I look very closely at like one of the. I think very intently about one of like the animals they're roasting, and then I try to paint.
So, as you do that, you kind of feel your hand almost slightly being guided as you kind of slowly drift over. You can tell that you still have to maintain a little bit of focus on the picture in your head, or even if as you're directly looking at it. But it slowly comes out almost like an amateurish, starting out kind of artist style, but you definitely still get the very distinct imagery, and the colors are a little bit mixed up, but not too badly. You can tell that
That's really weird.
a lot of the shading as Lyra comes out. Lyra.
He's in the other room behind a closed door.
Powerful
He's just
cat.
loud.
But you definitely get the shape of a pig, but obviously the color could be a little bit better, but you can tell that using this strange ink is not as easy as it looks.
It's really weird. It's like the ink is guiding me as I draw.
Could I borrow it for a moment?
Sure.
Okay.
I will hand you the quill and the parchment that I've been drawing on.
I want to use it to paint Rylax.
Amazing.
Okay. Are you going to use the pen or a brush?
I will use my brush.
All right. What kind of color and imagery do you think of as you're doing this?
Rylax, like exactly as she appear. They appear right next to me at this moment.
And you're just going over her with her own, or with the ink itself on the brush.
Yes.
All right. On the parchment, I assume, because I got a little confused by this sentence.
Yes, on the parchment.
With that, especially with having Rylax right next to you, and I assume your proficiency in artistry tools. I'm trying to remember.
I am proficient in painter's supplies. Yes.
Alrighty. With that, you have a scarily accurate and perfectly shaded and painted Rylax portrait.
You did a really good job.
And the parchment back over. Yes, it came out pretty good, if I do say so myself.
With that, you can see you have about a half a bottle left.
Oh wow. Like, is Payson kind of a hack if he's able to do it this well just because the ink does it for him?
Possibly.
And I guess there's nothing really wrong. I mean, if it is his own blood after all. Like,
I pull out my notebook and flick back to the page that I sketched Rylax on and just start comparing it to the painting I just made.
All right. So with that, you could tell that it had seemingly copied your instinctive artistry. You could tell that if you had the same pastels and inks, you would be able to emulate this effect easily yourself. You could tell it's definitely... Well, actually, roll me an insight on that.
Insight. Almost left advantage on. Yeah, no, that's fitting.
It's hard to tell. You assume it's probably cheating a little bit, but it's a very difficult line. It might be on the artistry, maybe your talent, could be maybe the ink entirely itself. That, or there are other inquiries that do come to your mind, but that's the two prominent.
It kind of looks like my freehand.
Hmm.
Maybe I'm just really good.
Maybe you are. I mean, I failed to draw the meat very well from the spit over there. Definitely did better than what I draw normally. I thought the ink would have lost all of its properties, but it seems to still retain them. Then why would it get angry and attack somebody?
Perhaps just being in proximity of the little green things are setting it off.
I mean, maybe, but he said that never happened before with the paintings, and he said he had trouble with the green things for a long time.
Maybe someone else came along?
It did happen down in the basement when we were upstairs as well. So I suspect that either somebody knew that we entered the house, because that's the only real trigger we can find here, or it just happened to be the day that they activated.
I hope it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, but I didn't even enter the house the first time, so it wasn't because it was following me.
I mean, no, I mean like our new drawings. What if they come to life?
We can just tear them up.
Like, look at the ugly pig, and then the really nice drawing of Alex, and go, that's kind of a shame.
I mean,
so well.
I'm sure we can handle a couple of painting versions of me.
I don't know if I want to hit a painting version of you.
I'll forgive you if a painting version of me tries to kill you and you attack it.
I'm not sure that's really the problem.
Oh, I see. Regardless, I think we do need to go find Payson. He has potentially a lot of answering to do.
If they are bad answers, do we turn him piss off?
Well, I think we should bring him to Cinderwater.
That's a long way to take him, and I don't really think he's gonna want to go. I think that's kidnapping.
And there's still the goblins?
Or would you rather turn him pays off?
No, not really.
We could just talk to him first. He was scared of you guys the first time, right?
I think he might just be a bit of a general coward.
Well, yeah, then we shouldn't have any trouble talking to him again. Other than the fact that he might freak out. Also, I'm beginning to suspect that the innkeeper at our first inn might actually be in on the whole collective thing. He just might be a cop, or he might not even be. A replacement.
Maybe we should ask him if he knows anything about the Dragonborn.
He did lead us straight to, well, he knew exactly about him going crazy, and that nobody had heard from him in a while, implying that he hears news about him.
Well, Raleigh was one of the first people set up here.
Yeah, I suppose. He does also run a bar, maybe he just gets news. Regardless, we do have our lie detector, so we could also just ask him right out.
I can assist, yes.
Says the ghost voice from nearby.
From like 80 feet away.
I can heal you.
Where's the Dark Maiden? Where did he come from?
You're in range, baby.
You're in range.
I can sense what you're wearing. What?
It's okay, Josh, because my tremor sense got an upgrade with this level.
Fuck.
Oh, fuck!
Gonna have to fuck a little
Regardless,
harder on it.
You can feel even further away. That mole is still around.
It's just like in One Punch Man, just jump through the earth to the mole.
Punch it out of the ground.
Anyways, let's go talk to Payzon first. Well, I don't really know if there's any real correct order to do this in, because if they're both in on it, then that means that one of them's going to be alerted to the other one being questioned.
We can tell him it's about Cinderwater again.
Yeah, sure. I guess let's go talk to Payzon first. I don't know what else he's going to tell us.
Gonna bring the big guy.
What? Prom steal?
Or is he gonna stay here and watch over the old man?
Let's go wake up Zobar. He needs to eat something anyways, and I want my pen. I'm back.
With that, you would find Zabar is sound asleep, snoring quite heavily.
Zobar!
So, as you kind of approach him, and you just quickly shake him awake. Alright. Chutney.
Yeah, sorry, it's morning. We have work to do. I guess actually you can keep the tent. It wasn't that expensive, but we do need to start moving on. So I want to make sure you're awake before we left.
I mean, that's fair. It's at the same time, I do feel kind of bad. I know I'm quite raggedy and disgusting.
I would say I can give you some money to get cleaned up, but I don't really think you're about to trust the city.
I'm not going anywhere near there. I'll go jump at the damn ocean if I have to.
Alright. You want me to just give you some money, you can be on your way then?
That works. That works. It doesn't have to be much. I have a little bit of a remainder. I have to worry about that.
Well, yeah, anyways, yeah, here, just take it, and I'll give him 45 gold.
Oh, that's perfect. I can get on a boat. Fuck out of here. Although that would be the closest damn thing. Will I get to the city? Hell, I think I might just jump on one of the cart wagons and get the fuck out of here today.
Yeah. Please. Live a good life.
Yeah. You and your group better be
Before
safe
you
out
go,
there.
is there any information that you have that may aid us?
Like some of the things that I've seen. The way
Yes.
The aqueducts. There's always squatters down there. People are always hiding out. But there was a preaching group that originally was causing issue down there. We had cleared them out a few times. The guard captain taking care of it. Obviously, some still return, obviously just for sleeping and safety, that kind of thing. Those weren't really the issue. Though, once or twice there was this report of a larger group. Seemed like an argument between sermons. Almost like how people are welcome to kind of come and argue a point during a council, but more like two people arguing for their gods and which one is better, trying to prove a point. Though, aside from Gomfic, there was a priestess who we hadn't anyone on the register of the town ledger. I'm trying to think. She more of a darker skin, not fair like most elves, not like a drow. Almost like a bronze kind of skin, and then darkness down in the aqueducts and the reports that had gold covering over certain parts of her body. Just simply assumed it was just kind of makeup on that part, but aside from that, I would definitely be careful interfering with Gomfic or even any of those groups. Could probably lead to a little bit of a religious outbreak. They're kind of like flagellants down there. They get pretty violent. Been able to subdue them, though, at least a few times. Others just go running off, and occasionally a slink back for hiding out. We've put locks on a few. I don't think there's too much issue down in there anymore. At least I hope not.
Alright, thank you.
Definitely be on the safer side. Aside from the cultists, I don't even know what the hell would be in the aqueducts anymore. A few things do tend to creep in from the ocean. Did hear about a guard getting horribly maimed by an octopus. Took a chunk out of his cheek. Then again, I'm sure that guy was being stupid again, like he usually is.
We'll keep it in mind.
Shouldn't be too bad down there.
Another thing I wanted to ask you. Did any of your friends ever believe you or also ever see the creatures?
A few of them, but they all booked it.
Oh, okay.
They didn't want to stick
That's
around.
good at least.
Yeah. I'm glad they skipped town for that one. Probably would have been some of the positively fucking worst situations.
Yeah.
Of course, if you want to fucking find any, you can probably find them over in Weld Hollow, the other town to the south here.
I'll keep it in mind, but I suspect we need to focus our efforts here.
That's fair. I'm gonna pack myself up. Try and catch one of those early wagons.
Alright.
Right.
Oh,
What's to do today?
And Chutney, because he doesn't know your name.
Yeah, I figured. I didn't tell him.
If you're looking for it, there's a elf with almost scarily red hair. She's a drow, like the Underdark. She's scary looking, but she's got a good heart, bright, bright red hair. It's dark towards the roots and kind of scarily red eyes. But yeah. She's a good one.
She live here?
No, she's the one who went to Wilhelm to the south. She's gonna manage one of the main farm, some of the main farmsteads down there.
Well, if we're ever in the neighborhood, I'm sure we'll visit.
Please do. I'm thinking I'm gonna go drop in on her, but see if I could find her.
Yeah, I hope you can.
Look for Zobar. Raitel Melifin. It's a tongue twister myself.
I was spelling that very wrong. Melifin. Okay.
Man, I'm out of here. You guys be having fun with that investigation? Keep an eye on Rich Eye for me. I was never able to convince him of all of this, but if you get evidence, just fucking slap his arrogant ass away with it.
Yeah, he didn't really seem to believe us too much. He seemed to believe his sewers are very clean, but we'll try.
He's always been hopeful of making his family name more prominent through the land. Rich Eye isn't even his real last name.
It's a pretty good last name, though.
Yeah. Hey, look, between you and me, his real last name is Tenkanar.
Wonder why he hides it.
Tankanar.
It's bitch eye. That Zoar will take his leave from the tent and quickly rush towards the south end of town, where you've seen a good portion of wagons and other shipping supplies arrive from.
I will pack up the tent.
Alrighty.
And then I walk back on over.
The other way.
Having a conversation over here.
Always are.
Did you have a lovely breakfast?
Gonna get to finally wake up.
Zanor has left.
Then we should proceed with our next move then.
Let's go talk to Payson.
A good
I think
idea.
You've been interrogated.
Well, I suspect that his ink might be getting perverse to some other kind of end. As if you remember, the wizard was able to animate pieces of paper to attack.
It's possible Payson has nothing to do with it.
It's possible.
It might simply be that his ink is susceptible, but
It's a very good conductor.
If
it works
so,
really well for
you should be
drawing.
more careful with who gets access to it.
well, but he also made the murals himself. That's the confusing part.
That does not lessen my point.
Well, let's ask him first. Yeah, let's ask him what he made first for that place to make sure it's the same paintings. They weren't just replaced overnight. He seems kind of odd that you'd want. I guess, well, he was a gnome. Maybe he really liked paintings of other gnomes at festivals. Just seems kind of weird to me.
Would you not have artwork of your own kind, but others?
I guess maybe.
To the sailors blow hard.
Go!
Righty.
Oh, there's a lot of people in the market square this time.
God, oh fuck.
Busy market.
They all turn towards you. We know what you did.
Actually, now that I have some
Oh,
money,
no.
can I just see
Oh
what
shit!
Phobos has for sale?
You guys have money?
You've been getting paid. I just paid that random dude that we met more money than you got paid.
Wait, did we get money?
You didn't. You forewent your payment, remember?
Good. I did. I thought we had a different, separate payment.
No.
No, I'm poverty by choice.
So,
We all kind of glossed over the fact that I got a massive amount of money.
Yeah, no, you were like, I give this guy $60. I give this guy $40. I'm like, Jesus. You were like, what the hell when I gave money to the fucking Dragon Ball?
I wasn't. I just thought it was funny.
I didn't care.
you do see that Phobos has quite the magnificent selection. He still looks creepy as ever. Obviously, the third arm extending up from his body.
Excellent.
You can see that obviously he has a good portion of healing potions, other potions up to greater of the such. A few that will cause invisibility as he starts going through this like, and I have a few special supplies. A little bit of the early effects, you know, some that might play around, but also give you a interesting little buzz if you're into playing with that. Some various alchemical effects. It's only 5 gold apiece for those curios.
Well, I'll take a pass on that. How much are your healing potions?
We do sell these healing potions for a good 45 gold. With all the glorious bounty, I do sell mine at a bit of a discount. Obviously, I'm a peddler and walking around, and I'm not expecting people to have huge amounts of cash strapped to them, so... Of course, if you have any friends who'd be interested in a interesting little alchemical trinket or two, maybe something of an interesting feeling, unique, to the usual everyday.
Look, I'll just take one of them healing potions. This better work.
I promise you, Walking Tincture Shop guarantees every potion to have an effect.
Well,
An effect.
And effect.
Poison. It's still an effect.
well, we'll be having words if this doesn't work.
Don't worry. I'll make myself scarce if that's the case.
Yeah.
So the very creepy kind of like the little give me action. He holds out the third arm kind of claw for the money, and then holds the other healing potion out to you politely with a good looking eye.
I'll give him 45 gold.
You have a healing potion. Don't forget to tell your friends about Phobos' shop.
Potion of water.
It rehydrates you. That's an effect.
Ooh. Ooh, potion of red food dye.
It has an effect. Turns your shit red. Ah!
Damn right.
I'm gonna mark that I got that from Phobos, just in case it isn't a normally only potion.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
My lord.
Alright, I'll catch up.
I gave myself a big fucking aura that only you can see, buddy. All for you.
That way I go.
You know.
What's your passive perception, by the way?
Oh shit. 15. If you need my passive insight, it's also 15.
Alright, 15. This cowl lights up like a target. Alright. So as you come into the Sailor's Blowheart, it looks rather busy today. You can hear the usual sharing of stories, people gossiping back and forth. You can smell a particularly unique scent today. Smells almost kind of like a actually delicious gumbo, and you do remember that Raleigh had a large collection of shellfish the other day. Obviously, he has done it up quite nice and almost like a seafood gumbo mixture. See a lot of happy faces today for this new concoction from his kitchen.
And you guys want to talk to him, or?
I can listen in and inform you if he lies.
I was just gonna ask where Payson was first.
No, we don't really need anything from Rolly.
Rowley, my most handsome bartender. Is Payson still upstairs?
Kronsteel is lying.
No, actually, he's telling the truth. He really likes him.
Oh, shit.
It's actually the only bartender he knows.
The only other bartender in this entire town currently.
And
You're
quite
my
honestly,
favorite
I've never been
bartender
named
named
because they
Rolly.
call-
Then again, you can't really count Papa Greyhair as a bartender. He just sells moonshine.
He just gives it away, apparently.
Hey man, hillbillies, they make lots of moonshine and give it out to the people they like.
He likes us.
Damn
So
right he
you-
does.
And by law, he's required to give me free shit because of my background.
Yeah, he does like it. He gave his daughter a run for her money with both you and Zircon fighting her. Or a granddaughter, I should say. Sorry about that. Rolly, will answer you pretty quickly. As you can tell, he's fairly busy. He's shelling out the shellfish gumbo. Payson went back to his house not too long ago. They looked pretty well recouped. Yeah, everything covered up nicely.
Good to know. Be seeing you later.
Alright. He's safe. If you're looking for him, he's on the east side of town. Kind of where the sections break off into dirt paths. You probably want to ask a few
Alright.
people there. I know he has like a private little house there. Yep. Then again, I don't know how private it is. It's kind of like an art studio.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any works by Payson in here? Any murals, any paintings?
Just the one of the ship on the back
Destroy
of
it.
Raleigh's tower.
It's like back here.
Yeah, basically jammed behind all the boxes and stuff.
Shit.
Fire.
Hey, Rolly, you mind if I take a look at that painting for a sec?
Oh yeah, sure. I was
Just gonna.
originally when I had the bar built up, I had Payson come in here and paint that up before I could get all the lanterns and accents put in.
This is some good stuff. I'm just gonna like listen to it.
With that, as you do listen to it, It's kind of hard to hear over all this noise, but it sounds like the ocean. I mean, you can hear the very distant bell of boats fucking alarm, kind of like just dinging on the waves. Doesn't seem violent or anything, just the very soft breeze of the ocean.
Does Rolly seem like confused at me doing this? Or is he like,
He is
oh shit, they're onto me?
He is shooting you a bit of a raised eyebrow because the other one doesn't work anyway.
Okay.
He does look at you fairly surprised, like you admire art in a very unique way, sir. Is that kind of a drow thing?
Something like that. You know, some people say you can hear paintings when you see them. It's just a sign of good craftsmanship.
That's definitely a unique take. I guess it's human hearing is just not as sharp.
Give it a try when it's a little quieter.
That'll be for a couple hours still.
All right.
That continue on. Alrighty. So, heading to the other section of town, I assume.
I guess let's go head to his house.
We depart.
Let's go.
Tincture Man is here too.
Oh my god, he's here too.
Tincture Man, he's fucking
What a guy.
everywhere.
He actually,
What a guy.
Man.
he actually is here.
Ew, just like the pore zone.
Yeah.
It is.
It's okay, you can say slums.
These are the outskirts of the town that's obviously still under construction and still expanding.
Where's Payson?
Hello, excuse me. Does Payson live around here?
So, as you can see, seems to be an orc woman as well as a dwarf and an older man. Obviously, just kind of discussing a few things near the town center. Well, or at least this section. Payson is he's in the northern house, so up there, the further back door. It's the main porch there. Is part of his house.
The tiny one? Or the less tiny one? Oh, in there. Oh yeah, okay. Thank you.
Just kind of goes back to discussing matters with this dwarven woman and the orc woman, talking about basically various designs that they're thinking for houses once they get the, well, basically the land writs to finish out their house and mark off their property.
Yes.
Yes, this house is made of house.
Yes.
This way, companions.
Yeah. Real life, real estate, getting too real.
It's not free real estate.
It's expensive real estate.
On a side note, when you pass by that Phobos cow, you take note that the weird-looking, shrunken kind of demon claw arm is on the opposite side.
My God.
There's more of him. He's got a twin brother. Fuck.
Oh, it's someone else.
Phobos Incorporated.
Oh, that's why it's Phobos's. But it's just a spelling mistake.
Amazing.
You clever bitch.
I knock on the door, if there is one.
There is.
Like,
Like I said, there's just a lot of maps I haven't got a chance to play out.
It's
Alright.
fine.
So, as you spy Durkon,
Oh.
you do
he sees
take note that as you do knock and you were approaching, you realize that he was holding a knife and put it down on the table. I quickly put. You can easily tell, especially for the time you sensed it, the ink jar lid back on and puts it back on his hip.
Just doing that thing Jonathan does.
Cut my eye.
Make me outside.
Just before he gets to the door, I will quietly. Was refilling his ink.
Alright.
As you peer in through the window, you can see him coming down the stairs, heavy footfalls. Obviously, the heavy satin cloak that he wears kind of covering his features, but you can see that his arms are obviously still done up with human face as well, along with his face. You can tell that it looks actually fairly fresh, like he's actually had a chance to redo and reapply them now that he's home. With that, goes over and opens up the door to see all of you here. Oh, my friends.
Hello, Payson.
Please come in. I don't have quite a lot here, but it's modest.
It's fine. I'll sit on the floor.
I have plenty of benches. Lots of people always looking for
Is he a fiend?
a fiend. So you fiend check him.
Yep.
You do not find him to be a fiend of any sort.
Okay. Let's check.
But Cal is an undead.
Oh fuck.
Ah! Kill Cal! Kill her.
Cal Allen.
So, as he goes and politely shuts the door and goes to have a seat. What do you looking
We've
for?
been doing our thing. We've been investigating around the town.
Oh, that's fantastic. Cinderwater was found, hopefully.
Did we not have this discussion?
We did, but I wasn't sure of what the situation was.
Oh, no, she's escaped to the briars somewhere, quite out of reach.
Right. Let's see.
We'll chase that lead down a bit later.
What brings you here then?
Well, and from Steel casts a side glance at Zircon. We
I don't
went
look at
to-
you, but I notice.
We came across the middle of the road inn, and within its tenant, Xenor. Do you know of him?
Zobar. Yes. I've done quite a few murals for him. He paid.
Yes.
He probably was my best paying customer when I first came here. It's the main reason he even got any headway with a lot of the murals in town.
Yes, your murals that you paint them to be in an enchanted sort of way.
You can see he kind of like grips the ink bottle tight.
Yes, with your ink. Well, being not normal ink, of course. What does this do for the murals? We've noticed that they make sound.
And you can see he stands up and like starts to shuffle nervously a little bit back and forth. I assure you, they are quite normal. They are just beautiful pictures.
Music
I
stopped.
pull out the jar of ink that I have, and I place it next to me on the bench.
You've committed crimes against.
Ah!
Well, the many murals inside of this inn, they attacked us. Inky creatures came out of them and assailed our group.
Yes,
Have
and
you
this time it wasn't Cinderwater controlling them.
She was not there, and Zador seemed to also not be affiliated. So, what do you know about that happening?
Nothing. He just. Are you sure she wasn't following you the whole time? I mean, she can go invisible.
She was absolutely not there.
I would have known.
He would have known.
Oh, what? It's possible he's blind. You can't even see.
I see more than you could ever hope to. Much like right now, I can see your heart.
You could see his. For those who can see it, his eyes go fucking wide as hell, and Zircon, you hear his heart like beat up in a more rapid pace than ever before.
Liaison, this is one of those times where you want to tell the truth.
I've had the feeling that you've not told us the entire truth, and this time it's caused damage. I will not let this happen again.
You'd see him literally starting to like almost choke of how upset he's getting.
Was this your intention for this to happen?
Of course, it's not my intention.
I look at Zircon.
I feel with my 22 inside.
So, with that, you could tell, especially from the in-between discussion, that he has definitely told the truth that this was not his intention, but he is definitely, clearly, fully aware of what his ink is capable of.
You understand very well what your ink is capable of. While bringing harm to others was not your intention, you understand that you are at fault for giving this to others.
It's not supposed to work that way. I told her not to do that. I told her not to use it for that. Fuck. Same. Back in one thoughts. Same issue.
If it was not you who engineered these attacks and it was not Cinderwater, then who else has the capacity?
that you can see he's extremely tense and now like almost squeezing the top of his
I will
ancient-
mention the name Gomfic and see his reaction to it.
You can see him literally almost like shrink with his arms kind of just tightly to his body, as you can hear like the top of the jar jingle as he's now like almost hyperventilating at this point.
Absolute terror.
And he kind of like
Gum.
peers at you, relax, back at everyone else, and just all over the place, jittering.
What did he do to you?
He's like me. Given a gift, needed to be kept in check. No one understood my heart. Senderwater loved it. Still does. I know she wasn't just using me. Comfort. Come from the other. That's why I left Warthos. I didn't mean to run into another like myself. He's going out, throwing them down in the sewer like rats. For bastards fight to the chain. Nobody sees it. He's perverting my art. Cinderwater using me for it. I still love her. You will not stop me from using my art.
You're saying that Gomfic is controlling your art?
Perverting.
Perverting.
Of course.
And who was doing it back in Warthos? He wasn't there.
One of the nobler families. What's always spit on me because I'm a half bastard. What are you going to do?
I will do what I must.
He squeezes the jar even tighter at this point. You can hear the strain of his hand over it and the little cracking of the gravel of his own hand on it.
It would seem there is some injustice in this town. I took an oath. I will not let this stand by, I assure you.
Can he see through the paintings?
Can you?
At that point, as you do ask, like, can you add it on? Like, you could see him, like, slowly creep the jar open for a moment.
Take your hand off the jar.
I would not.
You know, I'm gonna be honest. You having your hand on the jar while you're this tense really seems to make me think that the paintings are designed to kill people.
We are not here to attack you, but we will defend ourselves.
See, he just kind of, like, creeps into the corner, almost shrinking down.
Is the ink dangerous?
In other hands, yes. They used it before in Warthos. My ink wasn't supposed to do this. It was supposed to be beautiful. I used to make beautiful murals that danced. Of pain.
What was that?
You're cutting out a bit.
I used to make beautiful murals that danced. They moved. They had elegance. They would sing and make music. I even painted some for the king and queen for thus.
I
You
do
can
not
still
blame
do
you.
that.
We don't blame you for loving your art the way you do. The ability to sway the lives of passion that you find fulfills your life is something we would all love to have. But when your passion is capable of not only swaying lives but taking them, must realize that with your power is a responsibility to protect others, even if it is from something you love.
As my mentor, Veradilus once told me, with great power comes great responsibility.
You mean Uncle Ben?
Uncle John, no.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion at advantage for those who are speaking.
Amazing.
So with that, you see Pizan is at this point crying so hard, but then you kind of take a note and you realize why he paints himself the way he does. Is you start to see what looks almost like cracked obsidian for eyes as the black ink kind of pours down his face. They were never meant for this. This was never meant for this. Config and the other. They welcome people in the sewer. They almost killed me there. Thought that I was there to steal what they had started.
Who's the other?
The Golden Elf.
The Golden Elf?
She's a priestess. I never paid attention to what god she worshipped. She always sounded so convincing. She convinced me to stay here and to cover the town. My art and give it beauty. I thought it was safe to do so again. My name is Umbella.
You knew that they were using your artwork for dangerous things like this, but you still continued to paint.
Did not mean for them to use it just to watch when they could preach.
You still knew. Why'd you keep painting? We saved your life the other day, and you drew me a painting, and I've been carrying it around. And you knew that could come up and try to kill me in my sleep. I pull out my book and I tear out the page and just crumple it up and throw it in front of him.
You can see him like try to immediately crawl over, like, no, 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 no. No. I didn't mean this. Told me I had created beautiful things to keep doing so. To be harmless. I didn't realize that they would like me gifted with this course.
Do you know how they do it? How they control the ink?
They melt the new ones down. They give them time to repurpose. Kind of slowly shifts, and you can see the heavy black ink tears that are pouring down his face as he looks to you and relax. Most people need time to learn. And they are able to infect the art that I've made.
They infect it as it's made?
As it sits there. The art is harmless. Infected.
Do you simply provide the ink and they paint it themselves?
With that, you can see his head just kind of snaps up. It's just almost like just furious gritting teeth as he stands fully up at this point now. Just, I am the ink.
You are the ink.
I've always been the ink.
Did they taint you? Are you also a painting in that case?
With that, you can see he grits his teeth, especially with that statement, and kind of actually realizing this situation. I repainted myself. Started as an elf.
You're cutting out a lot. I'm sorry, but it's gotten pretty extreme.
Damn it.
Yeah, sad.
Like it was like every 3 words just weren't even getting translated. It was fine enough up until this point, but that was really bad.
Damn it. I was painting. I started repainting myself. I was originally an elf back in Ornthos. Traveling past across the desert, I repainted myself as one of the Earth Genasi. I've been slowly trying to transition paint myself as a human.
I assume it's not very easy, otherwise you would have done it by now.
It takes a great deal of ink. My body can only reproduce so much. Without my inkwell, I would probably diminish.
So it's like a part of you.
Didn't mean to push and to water down, try to attack her. Didn't even know that if this gets too far from me, I'm dead.
Does the inkwell turn your blood into the ink?
It's what's kept me alive. I know that much.
Your friends, Gonfic and Bella, they have their own.
They seem to have been born of someone else's flesh. They seem to have been imparted with it. Her family warned me that they wouldn't be the same as myself. I thought it would be safe. Bella's such a warm personality. I felt safe around her.
Just imagine if you just told her the truth, you'd still be with her.
I know. I can't stay here, can I?
I don't think you can stay anywhere.
I see.
Not at least while your friends are trying to manipulate you.
What other paintings do you think they've tainted that you've done?
It's hard to say. I can't really tell. All I know is I could still see through many of my painting's eyes.
Even if the painting itself doesn't have eyes, like a boat?
No. It would still have to be a person or a creature.
Hmm.
Whatever their bloodline is doesn't seem to work with objects. Only people.
Well, relax. This is up to you.
Did I miss something critical that he said?
Nope.
Why is
You're,
that? Yeah,
I think
character.
all
I'm
of
very
it was
sure.
very critical, actually.
you're, from the
parts
sounds
where
of
you
it,
addressed- Okay, sorry.
from the sounds of it, Gomfik and his friend are working with this collective. So it's up to you how we proceed. Do we want to stop Gomfik or talk peacefully?
Considering that they tried to kill us, I don't really think they want to talk. I don't think I've seen them either.
So Pezon, you've got a choice to make. You're gonna help us find your Dragonmon friend and kill him, or we can kill you right here and then kill your Dragonmon friend.
Kel, I don't think that is the right way to go about this.
What do you think then?
I think we should do it more lawfully, by the book.
He's clearly being
We
forced
are
to
not
do this.
vigilantes.
We can't find him at fault for something he's being forced to do. else can he turn to even set this right? There's nobody else that would even bother to listen to something like this. It sounds too outlandish.
Zircon believes Faison's intentions are fair, and I believe Zircon.
He does not deliberately do these things. He is just a tool to someone else.
Then he helps us find his friend and we can be on our way.
Yes, I agree with that one. It was unnecessary to threaten his life.
Payson, are you fair with helping us set this right?
I can try. I'm not a fighter.
You do not need to be.
I hate to bring it up, but you can create ink that fights.
You could see him shuffle around the jar a little nervously, just kind of looking at the top. Just kind of feeling it. You could tell this is almost like, aside from the fact that it's easy to assume that this ink is dangerous, just the fact that he has got this like a safety blanket just kind of clung to his chest.
No,
I
I
won't
don't
ask
think you
it
should
of
paint
you,
a single
but-
thing until the Dragonborn is gone.
Yes.
I could. I could try to help as best as I can. Still be dangerous. I know Gunfick is still early on in his days of being blessed, but and Bella, I have no idea what she's capable of. She seems to have a much more intimate knowledge of our gifts, I and Gunfick. I don't know how. At the same time, it's why I was so comfortable around her. It seemed so common to her.
Well, there's a collective behind all of this, so it might be where most of the gaps are from.
Then we'll have to go to the meeting in the aqueducts below.
Yes.
Wait, you meet with them?
I've met with them once there. That's why they found out who I was, and I saw that they melt down the new people for the collective.
We'll need fire.
Yes, we've discovered that fire is effective.
Well, I already knew that, but yeah. Works on me too before you ask.
Oh, you are vulnerable to fire?
In a lesser sense, but yes.
You think we should ask Shelley to help us?
You can see he like almost completely melts down at that prospect of her being in danger.
That would involve having to sneak her back in.
Please don't.
She was the one that told us about all this.
I told her.
What about her golems that are made with your blood? Can your friends control them?
No. They haven't had time to infect them. And they never will. She thinks that her arcane prowess is extended further with my ink. Many of them are just me protecting her.
Do you suppose the guard is in on this?
They'd have to be.
The very fact that they think the sewers are clean makes them very suspect.
Unwise to go to them for help then.
Would have a better chance at saying that you're there to attend one of the meetings.
It is best that we keep our trust to this group then, as we do not know how far this goes.
I'd say the orcs are probably safe. They're too far outside the city.
Is there a meeting scheduled soon, or is it just walk in?
Every 10 day.
So the next one is...
It'll be happening on Zelair. Okay, last day of the week.
What day of the week is it now?
2 days from now?
3.
3, okay.
We have 3 days of preparation then.
What could we do in 3 days?
I could attempt to figure out where the meeting room is located, the surface, depending on how far down it is anyway.
In this room.
Yes, there's one that is hanging on the wall that is obviously a painting of Warrenthos, the great and majestic castle and city from a far distant. Seems like it would be done from the northern end of a mountain edge. And for the other 4, they are turned faced away near the chest stored in a closet.
Do any of them have faces? Like people?
You cannot see as they are.
Okay, so they're facing the wall.
Yes.
Okay.
A painting of Gerard. Duly noted, though, outside of the mayor's home, as you do recall, the painted relief in effect of respect towards the Mercenaries Guild is the one what looks like the legendary warrior fighting a dragon painted on the cobble road there. The most notable mural that you've seen in town, aside a few other larger ones.
Pesm, I assume all your paintings are about just as strong as each other. Not like a painting of a dragon would make a real dragon, would it?
It really depends on the material. But majority, if it's just ink, usually fairly frail. Kind of like myself when the paper attacked me.
What material would be used besides ink?
Besides ink. Residium dust could be useful. It mingles quite nicely, almost like a soft graded powder. If you're using a different kind of canvas, wood tends to have the ink bleed off if it were to animate. You know, could easily press back on. Paper, as he kind of holds up the one that you tore out, Cal, turns it inert. It absorbs it, almost like it choked the life out of it, and just remains a beautiful color.
Oh, so that's why the stuff I painted on a piece of paper didn't get up and try to fight me.
So he just showed everyone my painting.
Nope, he handed it back to you, all crumpled.
Okay. I'll just put that in my pocket.
The ones that are the most dangerous ones usually painted on stone. Usually able to animate it.
Many of those around.
Only 3 of note. The one over by the furrows, more of a garden type. That one is just a large mural of someone's mother. The other one would be the one in front of the mayor's house. A great warrior fighting a dragon. The last one. You can see he kind of looks really depressed and down after the last one gets brought on. Last one is of Lady Cinderwater.
In her home, I assume.
Yes. The house that she abandoned, probably. Painted it on the field stones inside the house. Almost like a family portrait kind of way. She doesn't know what I am. She just knows what my ink does. And we had a excellent relationship. Then she became more obsessed with her work. Can't blame her. It seemed like magnificent strides and breakthroughs. I didn't complain. I was ecstatic for her success. So we have found a way to suffuse myself into stronger forms, but did not want to stifle it and say it wasn't her capabilities. It wouldn't be true either way. She found a better version of me, I guess, in an ironic way.
Fuse yourself into stronger forms. What?
What if we paint on metal? feel like that would be stronger than the stone ones. If it works.
Pending the shape, I would think.
What will you do then, Payson, in the next 3 days to come?
You see him kind of open up the jar and just kind of look very deeply into it for a moment. I guess. See how deep my love sinks. The cinder water. Clean up the mess that I've started.
What was once broken may yet be fixed. Once we have fixed everything, perhaps you can fix your relationship.
I'm not a person. I'm an object.
You seem like a person to me.
Most objects do not breathe. Most objects do not have hearts. Most objects do not think. You are no object. You yourself are just as much a person as any other. You just have to give yourself some time and stop being so hard on yourself.
Cromsteel gives a firm nod to Zircon.
Sorry for getting all of you stuck in this. Thank you. Wish the world had hearts as kind as yours.
Maybe one day it will. But until then, it'll have to do with ours.
I will make myself ready.
We will try to set up any preparation that we can.
Be prepared to get your feet wet. There's quite a bit of water down there. Could sweep you away in an instant if you're not careful.
Dreadful.
Now, if you don't mind, I need a bit of time to ruminate on what I'm about to prepare for.
Very well. We will meet you on the third night then.
I will meet you at the docks.
See you there. And Payson, I told you that I can see your heart. So I can tell you this. It is a good heart. And I hope that you'll see that eventually, as I do.
do see him smile. He nods. As everyone's heading out, and Cal, you immediately start looking around for any of these smaller eyes. You don't see any. Assume that they might have worn thin or falling out to this section, especially since there seems to be no brickwork. Anywhere so far, the dirt paths seem to be the safest.
And this is nowhere near any sewers.
Correct.
I see.
With that, we'll leave off there.
Alright.
Woo!
Everyone else does get another 200 XP for that.
Oh, neat.
Because once again, we avoided the kill option.
Did not kill Payson.
Why would we bother to kill him?
I don't
Doesn't
know.
really solve anything.
I know.
Idiot.
Alright.
I don't know, man.
I guess we're like barbaric.
You could tell he was getting pretty jittery there.
Yeah, he had a few moments where I thought he might lash out in out of fear.
Yeah, that's why when you said, or we can kill you here, I was like,
Stop! Stop! I'm in front of this man! He can
what do you mean?
We made such a beautiful argument as to why, yes, he makes beautiful art and has this wonderful power, but its cost is that it can kill people, and he needs to respect and take responsibility for it. And he understood that, and then you're like, if you don't fucking do it, we'll kill you.
I'll stab you, cunt.
I don't know, man. If
Negotiate for a lower price. All right, walks in. I'm gonna kill you.
this man creates paintings that he knows can kill people and continues to make them and give them to his friends.
He's disillusioned, thinking that their beauty outshines their danger. That, you know, not all of them will be dangerous, especially to those he cares for.
All right, Sonny. Here's your gold-plated 44 Magnum. Now be careful. Daddy's loaded one bullet into the chamber, so don't point it at yourself.
Timmy!
Chamber.
Timmy!
Oh god! Your dad wants to play Russian roulette tonight, so no shooting it now.
It's a Glock 45 though, Dad.
Fuck!
You're up first, son.
No!
Now rack the slide, put it in your mouth, and pull the trigger.
See if we get lucky.
And then pray.
Some good roleplay. Enjoyed that. That was very good, that last section of the game as well.
Yeah, good.
I like sitting there as the party's living lie detector.
Yes, thank you. Very helpful.
The lie detector test determined that was a lie.
It's a lie. What the fuck? What are you doing in my house? It's a lie.
But I didn't even lie. Yes, you did. This isn't your house. Fuck!
Son of a bitch. Bust through and
I'm at 12:30. Yeah.
Yeah.
12:30.
Oh wait, yeah, that was Boar XP, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
does Cal get more XP?
No, it's just because I just set my level to 3 when he said we leveled up. I didn't actually add whatever XP he said.
Does Cal get like the
Does
same
Kel get
amount for training?
more XP for training instead of fighting boars?
We fought more dangerous bulls.
No. You got the XP we got because you did some training while we fought boars. That's why you've kept up.
Hell.
So, anyways, oil bucket or flower bomb?
Flower.
Actually, to be fair, in these conditions, I don't really think a flower bomb would work. I think it's too moist.
Moist.
Mm.
So oil buckets and some light and some lit matches.
I
I
have
guess so.
many things that I have to manage on this
fucked up more than Jonathan.
You did this to yourself.
I did, and I'm gonna